So yeah, we here live at the police recreation ground taking Sir Viv Richards Thursday League game against All Saints and Police. And unfortunately we having a late start, but nevertheless we're here and we'll bring it live to you and hope you enjoy from Facebook. You could follow us on Facebook and YouTube, Instagram, and Channel 8 on CTV. And we are sponsored by ACB Caribbean for some 34 years. And the first ball has been bowled by Mali, 44 years, sorry. First ball has been bowled by Malik Gerard and misses outside the off stump by Dover. So Police won the toss and decided to put in All Saints. And because of the unfortunate late start, this one is driven into the shortest extra cover and rushes it into the hand of Cornelius, but he stops it nevertheless. So we'll be playing 29 overs instead of 30. So Police, they're in the field as you watch Malik Gerard into this one is outside the off stump, and he was reaching for it and didn't get any touch. So the score remains on 0. None for none. As we watch Malik Gerard, this one is on the leg stump trying to flick it, and now they're coming back for the second leg by, and Maryland just chuck behind the ball and just into a short square-legged region, and they run 2 leg by. So the feel for Malik, who is coming off of a 5-wicket haul on the weekend against Seaver Farm. He got a mid-on, mid-off, slip, gully, extra cover, and the cover point as he bowls to Dover. This one is lofted in the air, and the two fielders move in, and then he eventually spill it. Really make a meal of that. It was hit in the air. He was waiting on Boston. Boston was waiting on him in Lashon, and then he eventually moves, and then he didn't have enough to take the catch, and so there you go, a jab catch. End of the first over. Oh, the over remains, sorry, there's a left hand, right hand combination. So field has been changed. Payne now is in strike. So the score moves on by 1-3 without loss. A really awful shot played by Dover. Head was in the air. Didn't go nowhere, and Lashon make a real meal of that catch in the end, as Malik is around the wicket to Payne. This one is worked into the mid-wicket region nicely, and they're coming for easy 2. And score now is 5, and that comes to the end of the first over. Police won the toss, inserted All Saints. All Saints 5 without loss. So it is Sir Vivian Richards, Thursday League. It's been running for quite a while, quite some time. This is a prestige league back in the day, where you got the cream of the crop playing in the Thursday League. And back then you got live commentary coming from the factory ground, but it was on the air. But now you're getting to see the players, and technology has been allowing all us to bring all this to you. So you can see the players live in front of you, whereas in the past you really used to hear the commentary. People like King Frankai, bless God, bless his soul, and the Jack Matthews and the Stunge Stachel Joseph. But we're here now live stream cricket. That's where the game has gone. And we're watching Vincent Shedrak Jr. from the pavilion end to bowl to Dover. The two slip, the third man, gully, cover, extra cover. This one is an awful shot by Dover. Again, head was in the air, and just give the cover point, the cover feeler, an easy catch. Just say take this catch and see if he can catch it, and he obliging taking it, and so it's a really awful shot played by Dover. So we're watching and Joel Andrew, who is captaining this Thursday League team for All Saints. And he'll be replacing Dover. And the over before, his head was in the air, where hit it just beyond, just inside the 30-yard circle, and Lashon make a meal of it. And he didn't make amends in Dover to capitalize on that opportunity that was given to him by Lashon. And the very next ball, he just tap it into the cover hand, and Jones take it gleefully. So All Saints now are 5 for 1, and we're in the second over. May I just remind the viewers and listeners that All Saints hasn't lost a game all season. They have played 2 competitions so far. They have won both. And in the third competition presently, which is the Sir Curtly Ambrose 35 over competition, and they haven't lost any game in that competition, and now they're playing, now they participate in the Sir Vivi Richards Thursday League. Yes. Sorry, not All Saints. Sorry, Police hasn't lost any game all season. Slip of a tongue is not the fault of the mind. And so, yes, Police has won all game so far that they have played, and All Saints have the opportunity to be the first team to take them off the high horse somewhat, but they're not playing so. They, from what I've seen, Dover is playing, but Joel is in some form. He got some runs on the weekend against Alberta. He scored 175 against Pickard, sorry. Oh, beautiful delivery ball by Shedrak Jr. Just from outside the off stump, and just tail it back in, and he luckily get down on the ball just in time, and ball was ricochet into the gully region, and there's no run. So 5 for 1, and we're in the second over. Police is in the field, All Saints batting. Police won the toss and insert All Saints, and they has so far has justified the reason for inserting All Saints. Good delivery again, bang on stump, and Joel watch it late onto the bat, and goes into the gully region, field by Boston, and there's no run. Dover has missed out an opportunity on a wicket. I think it will be the best wicket he will ever bat on all season. And he just lifts his head on both occasions, and he's back in the pavilion. So 5 for 1. All Saints batting first. Beautiful shot played by Joel Andrew. Didn't even move a muscle. Just take a little stroll to tap the glove with his partner. But that one was pitched up a long half volley, and he's launching it, whereas Dover should have done that. Dover head was in the air, but he launched it to fling the weight into the shot, and effortlessly the ball raced into the cover fence for 4. So the score moves on by 4-9. Nine for 1. Vincent Shejak Jr. again to Joel. This one is nicely played again. A little bit shorter than the first delivery, but he gets nicely on the front foot. And Malik Gerard did a good work just to stop it just inside the boundary line, and they ran 2. So the score now is 11 for 1. And we're still in the second over. We're watching the Sir Viv Richards Thursday League competition. This one is pulled to square leg, back of the square, and it will go into the fence just about now. It was Lowerfield who really did a poor feeling, and so all went for 4. So Joel now moves on by 4 to some 10. So the score now is 15. 15 for 1 in 2 overs. Police won the toss and insert the All Saints team. This is normally a 30 over competition, but is because of the late start is been wiggled down to 29. So Malik, again, he's around the wicket to Payne. So he got a 7-2 field. There's a square leg. Now there's a man, the extra fielder coming on the onside in Cornelius in the mid-wicket region. So there's a back of the square, mid-wicket, mid-on as Malik into Payne, and he slashes his one and not moving as if, well, he say, I have all control of this field. But now he's looking 3 when he should be running 3. So again, we don't see the urgency of these players, and it's sad to say, but this quote-unquote first class, we need to see that this type of cricket brought to bear if you're playing that level. And we're just not seeing that from the look of things. So Malik again, this one is stopped just over the head of the bowler, and come around is Boston, who feel it didn't get a single. Good bowling again by Malik Gerard. Luckily for Payne, ball just eluded Gerald outstretched hand, and they ran a single. So the field now for Joel, there's a third man slip. There's adjustment again. So there's a slip, there's a gully cover point, extra cover mid off, mid on, and square leg. Score moves on by 2 to 17. 18 for 1. All Saints batting. Malik into Joel. This one is just tapped into the onside and they run an easy single. For some reason, this top end is playing a bit tacky. A few balls been hit in the air from this end, so the batters will have to look into that. Instead of pushing through, just wait a bit longer. This one is just inside the trim line, and that should be left alone by Payne. He tries and misses. And there's no run. Siobhan Moore in the slip is directing some traffic in the field. Malik again. Payne is trying to steer the ball, and the ball went back down the strip. And looking a bit awkward in doing so, because you're looking like to play the ball into the gully region, and the ball went back down the wicket. And so the cheers, the jeers in the field for the policeman, who is, this one is pulled to the square leg region, a short ball. Malik always been advised he's not a fast bowler, he's a length bowler. This is where his strength is, and every time he puts the ball into the turf is when he being penalized, and he was just about that time pulled through the mid-wicket region by Payne for 4, and so the score moves on by 4 to 22, 23, make it 23 for 1. So yeah, quite a few cricket being played. The Parish League is played on the weekend. The CB 2 also is playing on the weekend, and now the Thursday League has just started, and there's, I think it's some 6 teams, but only two games will be playing today. And Rising Sun is the defending champion, and so they will be having the privilege and opportunity defending. This one is well bowled again by Shajak, a ball that was tailing into the batsman, and it took the inside part of the bat, and Neville runs to his right from the mid-on region to a straight his mid-wicket, and they got 2. So the score moves on to 25 by that 2 run, 25 for 1. All Saints is batting. It's Shajak Jr. into Joel. This one is watching it right under his eyes. Reminds me right there that shot played just by Kane Williamson. And there's no run. So 25 for 1. All Saints batting. Was inserted by Police, who has been in tremendous form all season. Vincent Shajak Jr. into Joel. This one is an awful shot played by Joel. Ball outside the off stump, a length ball, and he just flung his bat at it. And luckily for him and All Saints, he misses. And ball went through to the keeper Maryland behind the stumps and takes it effectively. Ball was thrown to Jones to Cornelius, and Cornelius to Vincent Shajak Jr., who is now running into Joel Andrew. This one is peed again, a ball outside the off stump again, and he just flashes bat at it. And it went wide over gully head, went down to third man, and they ran a single. So the score now is 26. And we're in the fourth over. Again, may I remind you again, this is a 30 over competition, but this game will be played, it will be 29 because of an unfortunate late start. So for the viewers who were looking for that prompt 2 o'clock start, we deeply apologize again. Shajak Jr. around the wicket to Payne. A ball that is on the pad, and good call by Joel Andrew. A ball that makes some height and rushes into the tummy of Payne, going to the gully region, which is a bit deep. Well, there was no gully, so the cover point came in, and by that time, Joel saw the opportunity, calling Payne, and they got the single. There was any signal? No? So obviously he took an edge and hit him in the tummy, and Chickles into the gully region, and they get a single. So 26 without for one. This one is a hit, beautiful shot. Very good shot played by Andrew. Again, a long half volley by Vincent Shajak Jr. And he just lunges into it nicely, and they got 4 beautiful runs. So all things now, the score moves on by 4 to 31. 31 for 1, and 4 overs has just completed. First game, well, just start of the Sir Viv Richards Thursday League. The other game is being played by Newfield and Pickett's at Pickett's. Try to get some score in that game so we could share with our viewers and listeners. But again, I must give kudos to the ground staff who has really put in human work into this facility and bring it into its best condition it's ever been since it's been operating. I've played here for years, and I must give this one is peel off the edge of Payne's bat into the cover region. Shajak Jr. is running after it just inside the boundary, picks it up, and they run 2. So 33 for 1, and we're in the 5th over. And so yeah, outside of the dry weather, which the groundsman has no control of it, the green would have really even beautified it more to give you the real true value of what been taking place. Again, ball is on the stump, and the Payne defended in the cover, fielded by Lowerfield, and there's no run. So back in the day when Police has a really, really strong team, this team that is winning here couldn't even compete with that team in the days when the Tomo and Woods and all those guys were playing cricket against. But now they have the facility. They had the pavilion all the time, but now they have some nets, some 8 nets at their disposal, and they're using it because it's being shown. Ball is outside the off stump, and Payne, foot nowhere close to the ball, head was in the air, peels off the outside part of the bat, come down to the third man, and they run a single. So the score now is 34 for 1, and we're in the 5th over. All Saints batting, and see Neville is patrolling the third man, fine leg and mid-on region whenever the bowler changes. But so there's no slip for Joel. There's a cover point, there's a cover, there's an extra cover, the mid-on, there's a third man, This one is hit over the head of, it goes just over the rope over long on for 6. So the score moves on by that good shot played by Andrew to 40, and we're in the fifth over. And the wicket is very good, I've been saying all season, to bat on. So I was very disappointed with many teams that came here and just didn't utilize the good surface that presented to them. But this one is short, and it's a no ball. Yes, just called by umpire Candice. Now signal second time to confirm, and now signaling the free hit. It wasn't that short, but the wicket is so good, the batter. And Malik, there's again talking about that. Fast bowling is nothing close to where fast bowling was in the day. And so the wicket is just good to batter, and you could just, as long as you keep your head nice and still, you could capitalize. Good bowling here by Malik, and Joel would be disappointed. And trying to wind up to get maximum, and it was well bowled. It was wide out and full outside the off stump, and he was giving himself some room, and didn't connect cleanly. It ricocheted down to the mid-off region, and there was no run. So there's a bowling change in LaShawn Barnard. And it looked like it would be a double change because Siobhan Moore has marked out his run also. So the police team has been putting under some pressure here now. But we have seen them under some pressure in the past, and they wiggle themselves out. But may I say this is a different opponent, but nevertheless, we've seen them under pressure, and they wiggle themselves out and have lost any game thus far. But they get the work cut out here. Let's see what LaShawn could do. He's over the wicket to Payne. And the first one is being tapped into the mid-wicket region, and Cornelius punks in on it as the deer and gets no run. This one is hit into the wind, and it's bunks over the fence just about now for 4. And so that's a shot nicely played by Payne. It was LaShawn is a left arm orthodox over the wicket, was going into him, and he just helps it, and with the turn, and he got 4. Seeing the brother of Joel Andrew also playing for All Saints in this Thursday League game. And Hilroy, this one is wide outside the off stump, and it just came off the toe of the bat. Ball that really he would have been disappointed in not scoring from that delivery. He was stood up there to hit, and he was pulling away from the ball. No, this one is peeling off of there. Oh, it's a brilliant attempt by lower field. Ball was going over his head. Always a difficult chance. Make a gallant effort, but the ball he loses hand. And so Payne lived to fight on. Really awful shot played by Payne. Not really watching the ball. He already gotten 4 out of the over. Instead of looking for some singles and give his partner a strike, he's trying to go big again. But luckily, the ball just eludes low field, who make a very good effort to take that catch running over his head. And so the score moves on by 1 to 48, and in the 6th over, 48 for 1. Lashon is around the wicket to Joel Andrew. This one is well tossed up. And trying to drive it with an open face, but just get it as far to very well played. And easy single. Joel was already in the crease when Neville was trying to hit the stump. And so 49. And that's the end of the 6th over. So yes, just as I said, it's a double change. It's Siobhan Moore will be coming from the northern end, or the Heroes end. Nice hot sunny day at the police recreation ground. A lot of activity. And see on our left there's the junkyard, there's some businesses on our left, also containers, and the football stadium also on our left, and Potters in our direct front vision. And on our right there's you could have seen the Johnson and the old Halberton Hospital. But the action is all here at the police recreation ground. Nice and hot sunny day. Police won the toss and insert All Saints to bat, and All Saints 49 for 1. And this is the 7th over. Will be bowled by Siobhan Moore. He's into Joel, or wide now, being signaled by Candice. So 50 for All Saints in the 7th over. Scoring 7 runs and over, 8 runs and over. So as I say, police now has been threatened by some attack here, but we see they have wiggled out of some tough position. Before this one is a bad feeling there by Valentine in the gully region, and the ball runs down to the white third man, and we're seeing now some discrepancy in the police team between Neville and keeper Love Maryland, who is saying that Neville should have stopped that ball earlier, but there's no doubt he couldn't prevent that 2-run. But that's when things are going against you. So you'll find some hand waving because of things not going. But guess what? Siobhan Moore, well played again by Joel, indicating somewhat the ball is a bit slower than he's anticipating. So he's just playing it late into cover point region, and there's no run. So All Saints batting first. I lost the toss. I was inserted by police. They are 50 or for 1, 50, 52. Yes, 52. That 2-1 just ran a while ago for 1, and we're in the 7th over. Siobhan Moore just getting himself his thoughts together. He's in now to Joel Andrew. Ball wasn't there for that shot, and Joel just playing with some impatient. Instead of staying there, the wicket is easy. He could just stay there and see himself in and get a big one. And we know he has scored some 175 runs against Pickett's in the 2-day game earlier in the year. And so he has the ability to stay at the crease. He could score. but he's showing some impatience from that shot more into Joel. This one is dabbing outside the off stump again. Instead of cutting, he just putting his bat to the ball, and there is no run. Fielded effectively by Valentine, and there is no run. Now there's a feeling change where Malik now is being pushed out on the long on fence, and the cover come off the bound in the circle. So there's a third man and the long off out of the circle. They are on the fence, and then you got the square leg, short mid wicket, mid on, extra cover point. This one is cut nicely, a short ball, and Joel just waits in it and just taps it over the inner field, because the man from the extra cover fence came in, and he just dropped one bounce inside the rope, and so he got 4. And so the score moves on to 56, sorry. Joel moves on by 4 to 33. And Dover went early in the first over. I think he didn't score. He scored 1. This one is on the leg stump, and he's upset with himself. He's banging the bat in his pad, because it was a ball to be hit through mid wicket instead of finding square leg, and he really missed out on that one. So the score is 56 from 7 overs. All Saints batting first, and so the Police, man, they have won the toss, and which they have done all season. Every time they won the toss, they inserted their opponent, and so they insert their opponents all season, and they always came out on top. So they tried with the All Saints team. This one again is hit in the air. Awful shot played by, and it's awfully dropped by Neville at the mid-off region. Oh, easy catch. There's some real poor cricket being played by Payne all innings. I don't. Not getting over the ball, he's just trying to hit the ball. It'd be more advice in playing, just get a single and get off the strike, give Joel, who is more in control, and let the innings go along. But he has dropped some twice so far. Well bowled this time, easily played by Joel. It wasn't disturbed. Ball was really angled in instead of really turned from Lashon. He's bowling around the wicket between the umpire and the stump to Joel Andrew. This one is tossed up, and this one is hit, and it 6. Very well taken, but the momentum take him over the rope by Joel Andrew. Taken down there by Jones, but a shot that was played by Joel Andrew, and so it was 6 runs. So he moves on again. So the score for All Saints, it's 63 for 1, and we in the 8th over. And it's been some real good batting here by Joel Andrew, the age of 15. And it'd be good. This one is hit, beautiful shot. Long, this is a big shot played by Joel Andrew. It was a long hit. It's almost dropped into the pavilion at anyone knows the Police recreation ground. He's really watching the ball onto the bat, and the head is nice and still, and he gets maximum. Very, very well played shot. So the score now is 69 for 1. And we are joined in the committee box by no other than Ed Lewis. And so we're just getting him sorted with on the other mic. But the score is 69 for 1, and we in the 8th over. All Saints is just one beautiful shot played by Joel Andrew again, but it just jump inside of the long off fence before. A ball that was pitched up, and he just played through the line. The thing about Joel Andrew, his head is nice and still, and so he could play any shot because of the position of his head, and that's what I like about this young man. What I would like to see go on instead of just give away his hand. So yes, so the score now 73, and that's the 8th over ball. And so all Saints is really putting some pressure on the policeman who hasn't lost the game all season. So yes, so now we'll have this great man introduce himself.
Good afternoon, guys. I'm just here on a little vacation, and you know, once there's cricket, I'll be around. Heard so much about this youngster, and I'm glad to see him at this time. Hope he can stay on and bat instead of trying to swipe his way out of anything. But I just hope he will stay on and bat and get some runs. And yeah, I heard the policeman has not been beaten for the year, so I know this is going to be a good game to watch for the spectators. But I'm glad to be here, Abdi.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see you. When you walk in the commentary booth, I was shocked, like someone looked like Ed. But but yeah, but you know, I'm impressed with Joel. But I'm watching Payne. Ed, he's fighting with every ball that he's faced.
Well, I saw him yesterday in practice, and I was trying to tell him he's trying to hit the ball too hard. But back to you.
More again. This one is tapped in the air, and there goes Payne. A ball that should just defend because your partner is going helter skelter. This is a 9th over, and a ball you could just defend. You just help the ball into a straightest mid wicket hand, and he goes again. These guys are playing first class. I might sound critical, but I'm a coach, and when I see these type of players, when you play first class, you expect to see some elite type of ability. What do you say to that, Ed?
I think he's just trying to hit the ball too hard. As I said to him yesterday, if you just try to time the ball will go away. You don't have to put all that muscle. And that's what he's trying to do. And he will learn. I think he looks like a young fella. So he should be able to combat that and come out of this little crisis he's in. He's trying to hit the ball too hard. But all Saints is going well at the score at 73 for 2. This is the 9th over or the 10th over? The 9th over. It's not bad going.
It's very good going.
Very good going. It's a nice hot day in Antigua and Barbuda.
Yeah, very good day for
cricket.
Cricket?
Yes.
Nice and hot. And as I say, police, they have found themselves in some hole earlier in the season, but they wiggle themselves out of the spot that they find themselves in. But this is a different kettle of fish. It's a first-class team, and they has a little step ahead of the other teams that they have played, the policemen have played against. So we'll see how the policemen combat what has been put before them.
I've watched a couple of games for police because everyone knows that I watch every cricket that plays in Antigua. So I've watched a couple of games of police. I think they were a little lucky sometimes, but that comes with the territory.
That's right. Every sport has some form of luck with it.
You have to have luck in every sport.
So, Siobhan Moore, who has just picked up the wicket of Payne, well played there by Dimitri. That's Dimitri?
Yes.
That's very well played. That's all that Payne had to just defend the ball and give Joel the strike or just to keep batting. But the ball wasn't able to hit and he forces himself into the shot. And I guess as you say, he's young, he'll learn. And let's hope that he learns.
I think that's what's lacking with a lot of players in the Caribbean. They always want to be going. When your other batsman is going, you try to give him the strike as much as possible in order to keep it turning. And if he ever leaves, you are in there long enough to turn on the heat.
And that's what he's about, playing smart cricket. But
yeah.
Siobhan Moore into Joel Andrew. He's bowling from the. Oh, that was an uncalled for shot. But he misses and he lifts the fight on. There's no slip. There's a third man. There's a short fine leg, cover point, extra cover, mid off. And there's deep cover on the fence and mid wicket and a
short mid on.
Short mid on. And so Police has won the toss and has inserted All Saints. Very, very good batting wicket all season, Ed. This one is short and again good bit good length bowled by Siobhan Moore. It was outside the awesome. It makes it some height, but he got more bat on it than Payne did, and he just got it over the head of the mid-on fielder, which is deepish, and so they got 2. So he moves on by 2 to 51. Very well played, young man. And let's hope that he could go on to get 100 or even back till the end. Because they're playing 29 overs instead of 30 because of unfortunate late start. So Police find themselves on the gun so far. Oh, very well bowler Gaben Siobhan Moore. Was a bit too close and making height for that shot, but he was forcing the issue. Luckily he misses again and he lives to fight on. Your comment, Ed?
Wicket seems playing too pace because the ball before was slow and that's why the ball went over mid-on. This ball now gets a little bit more height with a little bit more pace and unfortunately he missed it. But the youngster seems not perturbed about what's going on.
That's when you're young and don't have no responsibility. You just do what you want and live.
Shot.
Just beautiful shot. A good effort made by Lashon, but it's going into the fence. It wouldn't reach there, but they're looking for the third and they're getting it quite easily. 79? 79 for 2. Joel moves on by 2 to 54. Ed, earlier in the season, he got 175 against Pickets.
I heard about it, and anybody at 15 that make 175, whatever you have to invest in him, you invest in him.
Yeah.
Because at 15, then you can score that. And batting with the lower order, it's a very impressive thing for a young man. And I just hope that he doesn't get his head too big and swell.
Right.
That and he stayed with it. I had a chat with them yesterday in All Saints, and I told him, your 175 is gone. You got to start again. Cricket, and you'll have some good days. You'll have some bad days. People are going to tell you all kind of stuff. You got to keep your head and listen to the noise. Some of the noise you're going to have to block out, but you got to listen. Just listen, and you will learn.
Yeah, as Lashon is into him. This
out.
one is stuck in the air, and he goes. The ball was a bit too close to him, and he managed to get it into the short mid-wicket region, and he goes. Unfortunately, but it was a very good knock by the young man, and now his brother will replace him, Hilroy Andrew.
Unfortunately, that ball looked like it hustles on a little bit. Short, but hustles on and was not in position to pay the pull shot. And it lobs up into short middle wicket. He's caught. But a good knock. sometimes that's the way it goes, and you just have to push on to do a little bit more. But I don't understand this, Abdi. You change pads on the field, in the middle of the field. Why not go out and bat in what you have?
We see, we change bat, but I never see change bat.
The umpire should have gotten into this one. This is not, an acceptable thing to be changing pads in the middle of the field when you
and it's not that you were batting and the strap bursts and you have to or you're going out and you're changing it with the batter who's coming out.
Yeah,
so it's a bit unusual to see.
It's unusual to see, but he has a certain amount of time to get to that crease.
Yes.
So I don't know what the umpire would say, but I don't know the rules of the game here, so that's very unusual.
I've never seen it before.
Very unusual.
In terms of the pads. But his brother, he's Hilroy, who represents he was on the 15, or Wesley is on the 15 in England. His brother now replaced him. So I think he's been struggling all season, but he has the ability also. But let's hope that again the wicket is very good to bat on. I take the point because earlier when Dover were batting, I think the ball wasn't really coming on from this top end here. Yeah, so Dover plays a few in the air, but still that's no excuse. You gotta adjust the wicket that the groundsman will present to you. But so the score, Austin lost the second wicket at
79
79 for 3. So policemen are trying to call themselves back into this because the scorer who was going is Joel Andrew. He has gone. So 2 new batter, and they have to start get the momentum going. But it's a good run rate. They're scoring freely. Oh, very well ball. A ball that was tossed up by Lashon, and on the off stump, it turns away and beat the outside edge. Marlon takes smartly, but he stayed his ground and no harm is done.
Abdi, I have a problem with the left arm bowler there. He looks like he's shying. That's just my feeling.
Well, you're not the only one who said it. So
he looks suspicious.
Yeah, and we're not in control. The umpire has the control.
Yes,
so we can just only see what we see.
I'm just saying what I see. Yes. I saw him before on matches, and I keep saying, he's not the only one that I keep think is shying. Alfredi that bowls for Pakistan, I think he's a shyer too. But the officials not giving him the
talking
call.
About Pakistan, Ed. Oh, well played in the end. But that ball is a bit quicker. Didn't turn, slide on.
And that's what I think he gave to Andrews.
Yes.
Short and fast. And Andrews didn't expect it, so he rushed onto him. He get position to pull it to the middle wicket.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Pakistan. Everyone thought that West Indies would have won that game yesterday. But Baba, he's just a class.
Yeah, but even though I always have a problem with Romero Shepherd. If you bowl him out early. He can't bowl under pressure. So once he gets pressure, it's going to be a problem for West Indies. How much over? Yeah, more bowls. This is third over.
And this is 11th over. This is 11th. So just a reminder that we're playing at 29 instead of 30 because of a ball wide outside the off something. No.
Umpire didn't signal.
Wow. That was very, very lenient on the part of the umpire to Chavon, but the umpire Decision is final.
He has a very nice approach to the wicket as a fast bowler.
He has fallen off somewhat. When he was gone, the potential was vast, and then just didn't move. Just didn't go on. He's strong, but now he has new knee problems, and so. But at one time, he was, in my view, was ahead of Zari. You know, but Chavon again, good delivery, nicely played also by Kilroy down to third man, and they run a single. Watch it ball nicely onto the bat and just open the face, and was totally in control. And so the score moved on by 1-2. 81 for 3, All Saints. Batting, they lost the toss and was inserted by the police. And this is the 11th over. And so they're scoring at a rate that if they bat the 29 overs, police could be facing. This one is hit over the cover region, is going in the air. Again, just to load low field, who's making that gallant effort. And just to load him just in time. And so, Lord, that's Dimitri. Dimitri lifts the fight on, and score moves on by 2-2, 83 for 3, and we're in the 11th over. You just.
I'm wondering. Go ahead. Absolutely.
Chavon into Dimitri again. Ball again just wasn't there. What these guys are not thinking? What the score is way ahead of what I'm sure and what they expect to be. This place is smart cricket. You could play these type of shots and then you come back into the pavilion and you keep your head down into the ground. What doesn't make any sense? You know, I like to see good cricket, Ed, and that's what I'm not saying. Play some, just defend the ball into the mid-wicket region, and it's an easy single. But you're trying to hit the ball so hard, you misses at that ball, put the team under pressure. As Chavon again into Dimitri. Very well ball in the end, very well played. But it's not getting across to that line of the ball. So his front foot was just down the wicket, and so he could just look.
These guys make the cricket look too hard. The other guy there at the top end,
Hilroy,
he looks pretty easy playing the ball. But the other guys, I don't know what's going on. The wicket is playing slow or fast, and they're doing all kind of stuff.
So Chavon from the Memorial end, and this just late. Oh, this is gonna be a run out here. Oh. Bad run in here by both, and luckily Hilroy didn't stand up, because if he stood up that would be chaos, because Dimitri didn't want to go, but he forced him out of the crease and put the fielder under pressure, and he misses the ball. And so the single was had easily in the end.
The problem there is, Abdi, that the batter, he was the one that took off. And when he took off, see the guy is coming in, he tried to stop, but the other batsman decided that he's going to go.
But you know, and I keep on saying, singles are very easy to get if you know who you're batting with. You can play a ball straight to a man and run because you have the understanding. When you put
this is crap, yeah, I mean, no keeper can signal dead ball.
Yeah, the umpire made a blunder there. Umpire made a blunder there, because once the bowler go through, there's no way that he should stop. He should be able to stop that ball from bowling, but I guess, you know.
So you saw it? I didn't see it. What happened?
The bowler delivered, and the wicketkeeper like he wasn't ready. So after he looked like he wasn't ready, he walked out front like this, and the ball passed him.
And the batman was batting.
Batman play a shot.
He did it. He did it already in a competition, Maryland.
Batman play a shot.
Yes, he did it already. Like he's the one who's dictating them from behind the stump.
behind
He's
the
not ready to walk away and they should.
He walks away and the ball past him. That's runs.
Yeah.
But I guess the umpire changed his mind and called that ball.
Very well played by Dimitri. Sweep down to back of the square for 4. And so the score moves on by 4 to 88. A ball that was tossed up on the leg by LaShawn and nicely played by Dimitri. Just put his left foot down the ground and sweep it nicely. Well in control. And so the score moves on to 88 and we're in the 12th over. And so if the All Saints, now that's better in terms of waiting and make the adjustment and to walk away.
Yes. And I guess he realized what it was and stopped the bowler first before he bowls.
So the field for Dimitri, for LaShawn is a man under extra cover fence, 3/4 away from the boundary. There's a mid wicket. Right on the boundary is a square leg. Wide now signal by umpire Brown. There's a fine square leg. We will find that. And the mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover, extra cover point. And that's the field. There's no slip for Dimitri. And LaShawn is in. Ball that was driven off the back foot by Dimitri. And they got a single. So the score now is 90 for 3. And we're in the 12th over. Police won the toss, inserted All Saints. Very well played, well bowled, well played by Hilroy. And there's no run. And so 90 for 3. Police won the toss, inserted All Saints. Joel batted very well. He ended up and get 54. Out of 12. That's a bad shot played by Joel Hilroy this time and running so lazily. And the ball was just... The ball wasn't really going into the fence, way from going into the fence, and Hilroy was just running as if, well, I could push it into the fence. You know? And I said it earlier, I don't see the urgency of a first-class team bringing to this level. I want to see that notch above the competition. That name of first class, you want to see it. I really don't see it.
I am just observing from live because I see them on screen. So I'm observing live to recognize something about this young fella. Andrews, the older Andrew, not the younger one.
Yeah,
he seems to be, he's easy on the eyes, but he seems to look like he think he's better than everybody out there. So he's playing like that. I just like see what I say, yes. Yeah. And those are things that will bring you down when you in this set.
You want to see that sense of
urgency. Urgency. Play the sense of urgency. Like you want your team to get some runs.
Right. This old saying where you run the first one fast, but you're not seeing that. You're just jacking that first one, but nevertheless they're back in. Siobhan is now back in his 4th over, and he's bowling to Dimitri, and the score is 93 for 3. All Saints batting first. Siobhan to Dimitri. And he get himself all sort of tangled a while ago. Again, because he doesn't really get into line. And so he stays on his front foot and try to do everything from there. And again, you say they make the cricket looks hard.
I am as I said, I'm just observing from this point. And just watching the youngsters see how they carry out their craft. As I say, Siobhan Moore, he looks good approaching.
He's in now to Hilroy. Very good shot played down the ground, out of the long off region. Well, they really connect cleanly, but they both play for the New Winter team, Chavon and Hilroy. They both play.
Play for the same team.
Yes. So
Abdi, I'm not seeing nobody out there timing the ball properly. The ball is hitting and it's dropping just inside. All this inside, like everybody's just trying to hit the ball too hard.
well, we saw that from Joel when he was batting.
Timing is in cricket, yes.
He really come out the bat, but the rest, sounds like the wicket is wet or whatever.
Wicket is, I don't know
But
if
the
it's
wicket is good. Very well played, very well run, and but we have in the committee booth also no other than the sidekick, John Baptist, and so introduce yourself, John.
Good afternoon to the viewers. Good afternoon, Ed. Good afternoon, Abdi. Good to be in the house at the Police Recreation Ground as we're watching the Sir Viv Richards Thursday League. And as Coach Hughes just said, All Saints having a first bite.
That's it.
Beautiful shot played by Dimitri this time. It will go into the fence.
No.
It will just about now for 4. And so the score moves on by 4-90. 201 for 3 All Saints batting. I was saying earlier, Ed, the Sir Vivian Richard Thursday League is an illustrious league in the past where all the cream of the crop used to come and play in that back in the day.
I remember playing for All Saints in Thursday League and in this competition.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time. So yeah, came back from America and played a few games with All Saints.
That's Chavon again to Dimitri, 101 for 3. This one is hit. It is better this time
For
over the long on region for 6. This one really come out of the meat, Ed. You were calling for it.
Yeah.
And
The batsman,
it was a good shot played also.
Yeah, the batsman is trying to hit the ball too hard, and once you get timing, the ball will go, no matter what it is. But I still think the wicket is playing too pace. I'm standing here, and sometimes it look like some of them stop, or the bowler bowls a slow ball because it's really acting up.
Yeah.
And you say this end here, yeah, look pretty suspect to playing.
So 107 and 107.
Yeah.
Parsons batting first, and this is the 13th over. This is a lot of runs scoring here, Ed. Normally you have 13 overs bowling there. They normally have 65.
Shot, boy.
Very, very good shot that by Dimitri. He waits for it and just stayed it to the left of cover point and to the right of third man, and no chance whatsoever into the fence before.
That's a real good shot, a proper cricket shot. And this youngster 303 looks pretty accomplished. I don't know many of them, but he looks pretty accomplished.
They can play, they have the ability, but they're just not consistent. And so that's where you see that you'll make the cricket look hard at times, and then you see they play this type of shot, and you wonder why they're doing the things they're doing.
I want these youngsters to stop playing cricket in the field sometimes and play cricket at home in the head. Because if you continue that, like I said to people, when I went to America first, I never had time to practice. I practiced in the house. So if you mentally prepare yourself, when you come out here, it'll be pretty good thing.
So Lashawn again to Hilroy. This one is a chance in which he took. This one was slow. He was outside the off stump, and he already said to himself he's going to sweep. And so, unfortunately, he didn't take the top edge. So again, you see, they make cricket look hard, Ed. Yeah, and then you see a tremendous shot. So you wonder why and how they do things, the things they do.
John Baptist, what's your
And I know that I'm sitting here thinking that I remember you made a statement earlier up in the year. You said, man, just give you 2 weeks and you can go on the cricket field.
Yes.
And I know to these guys, I'm wondering if you're having some feelings bubbling up just watching the game from up top here.
Yes, I'm. That's what I said. These guys are letting the game looking so hard, and the game is not that hard. But you know, our era was different. The bowler is doing some clever things. He's changing delivers. He's doing all kinds of stuff. So you have to keep with him. But these guys, you know, have the
Abdi, as we have said before, this is a good test for police now. They're meeting, well, what we believe or what we anticipate should be a little higher standard. They've had a very comprehensive performance thus far, winning all of their games. And so, as you said, I think on Sunday, the Thursday League could probably be a little test of their skill set, their mental faculty in what we'll see. And so far, well, police All Saints is scoring at a rapid rate. So the end of another over, and the score moves up to
111.
110. And then
No, I made an over.
No, they get a single.
They got a single for 111.
111 for 3. 14 overs gone, coach.
Yes.
14.
Yeah, so as you said, very healthy scoring rate. Just a tad.
Who won? Abdi. Who won the single? Who won the single?
There's a tad above 8 runs and over.
So this one on the ball, the fifth one?
Before. Yeah.
Yeah, but Ed, and Abdi, the Thursday League, you know, I remember growing up as a young boy, you know, hearing this ad, the American Airlines of Viv Richards Thursday League, and, you know, that was really the competition. That was where, you know, all the big boys would meet, mingle up in different teams, and you'd really have the cream of the crop really coming into that league, really, that Viv Richards Thursday League. So this competition really has held its own, has its significance in the annals and the history of MCB in Barbados.
Yes, as we watch Cornelius, who thinks that every ball that he bowls is a wicket. So we'll see how he feels. Now they're a bit under the pump this time, per se. Sweep, and he's crying for that one. They run a single. He's very animative, Ed.
Abdi, these guys gonna have to start check these guys' arms, man.
Yeah, he's another one.
These guys, you have to check these guys' arms.
And to Dimitri, this one is hit over.
It's going to be caught. It's going to be out.
Takes it easy. And here he's crying out, clown there. And that's the Cornelius. Now we come to.
He played very
No,
professional. I think the problem with this young guy here, he's from, I'm not too much of a bigger brain, but to me he's not getting in line with the delivery. He's more arching his back, trying to hit with all the power, as Ed keeps saying, no timing, and so that just peeled off of the outer half of the bat and an easy catch to the man they're coming in.
He doesn't really get in line. This back foot doesn't get and this front foot doesn't get in line to play it. And so even the one that he hit for 6, it was in the slot, and the pace was there, but even though he came out the bat nicely, but he doesn't really get there. And so sometimes if the ball is on a good length, he's looking a bit awkward because of the position he finds himself in.
As I said, I just find these guys are trying to hit the ball with too much power, and all you have to do is get timing, and the ball will go where you want it to go. I can remember in my day they say I couldn't hit 6s, and that is a short ball. But then I start getting the timing, ball will go over long off and long on like nothing. So I want these young.
I can ask the question: is that something that you practice, or that's something that comes natural?
Something you practice. Sometimes you try to get the ball in the middle of the bat. Most of the times, when you go to the wicket, the first couple of overs. You know, sometimes you get a bad ball in the first ball, also you hit it away. But most of the times you try to get the ball in the middle of the bat first before you start playing big shots. You know, you get the ball in the middle of the bat, and then when you get the ball start feeling well, you can play your big shots. But these guys, as I said, I don't know if the wicket look like he's playing 2 pace or it's something to my eyes, but these guys are fighting to get the ball away.
Cornelius in the Hillroy. This one is tapped nicely down to the long on area. Huh? And Demichi is being replaced by Melvin Charles.
I know that look like him walking there. I haven't seen him in a while. I know that look like him walking through there.
Yeah, well, this is one of the other guys we keep speaking about, Coach. They have been around, showed tremendous promise, but just haven't seen that promise move to the next level. And that's the biggest question we're asking in our local cricket. Why are we not able to move our players from one level to the next level? Actually, I would go as far as say probably his game and his status has dropped from where it was a couple of years back.
I have asked that questions to a lot of people because you have him, you got T. Willie, you got Francis, you got Richardson. You got all these guys who had promise. Although they're still young, and you know they can change, but when they get to the other level, they don't produce. And I have a problem with that if I was even close to any one of them.
Sometimes there are a lot of faculties that go into it. You, the individual,
Ooh, well bowled.
and it also boils into the standard of cricket that we're playing also. You know, the standard could even propel you to get even better at your game because of the competition you're playing against. But you're as good as your competition. And so when you do good in our competition and you go to the another level, here's where you get found out. Because you're good here.
But coach, I'm looking at young Andrew. Well, the older of the young Andrew.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing this propensity to sweep, even when the ball is not there to sweep. I mean, doesn't this team have a coach? Doesn't somebody work with him, talk with him?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, because since I've arrived, he has just really had this propensity for this sweep shot. I mean, he has played a couple, but he has also really opened himself for a lot of question as the left arm bowler is into Melvin Charles. Wide signal by umpire Nigel Brown. And another challenge we have in our cricket, our guys can't score hundreds. I mean, they score 40s and 50s to some extent, and then that's their claim to fame. And you know, I mean, I remember talking to quite a lot of guys coming into the studio, and one of the things you'll hear, they'll be scoring 100 and 100 and 100 every week, every other week. But our guys, I mean, we're not seeing that level of production.
Yeah. As I say again, it's boiled down to the level of competition. Yeah. Till you can raise your standard above the competition, and then you as an individual yourself, you know, has to work on you, and you're not seeing that.
Melvin just
Right, and let's get back an easy 2 here.
That is true, Abdi. Sometimes the competition you play down to it, and you become at that level. But the first class competition is your highest competition. And I think, like you said, they're playing against Police as a first class team, and you should see a different level of cricket playing instead of what you're seeing.
Right.
And maybe I don't know, because as I said, I'm not around too much, so I just watch the game from the streaming. But I can look and tell a person when it is either good or bad or doing whatever. But several guys are not looking bad, but it's for them to score, as you say, they score 50 and think they score a lot of runs.
Like I was afraid to a conversation in it with a team that the player made 75 runs, and someone was telling him 75 is not enough if you want to go to the next level. You want to go to the next level, and the coach in that team for the guy that makes 75 is praising that 75. bear in mind that it is not against a team that is well, it's nicely tapped down to long on, and they're looking for two, but Melvin was a bit slow getting up, moving up for the first one, and so they get one. And so my take is, Ed, when you get 75 in our league, which is not high, our first class cricket is not high, and you go to play for Antigua, it becomes against the St. Kitts, it becomes 30. Yeah? And so there's a problem where we don't force them, let them know 75 is not enough. I was telling John Sunday, well ball, well played by Melvin. Alvin Maris, in the under 19, he called home until overnight, he called Teddy until Teddy, he gone 150. Well ball, well played, no run. And like excited, and Teddy asked, where come from? Go on back, make 200. You know, so it's not enough. And we're giving mediocrity a pass mark today.
I endorse that comment, because as you say, a lot of the guys think when they get 50 is a lot of runs. I can remember playing Parish League and getting 50, 60 and think, you know, in those days when I started first, that it was enough. And Taddy would say to you, 50, I can drop you. You think you make 50 something else, I can drop you. So maybe these guys need to hear that.
Right.
But according to a lot of the people you talk to, if you drop him now, another team pick him up.
Yes.
And this is where
And if you drop him, you might have a team for the next game. You
don't have enough players. But
sorry to cut you, Ed. I don't know if you saw a little of our clip last week. You know, we had a guest player.
No, I didn't.
You didn't see the clip?
No.
Okay. That gentleman to your left, he made a reintroduction into the cricket field after a 4-year break.
Last week, Mark went on the field.
Yeah, man. Mark was well suited up. He had the play of the day. You know that highlight of the day? That was Mark Charles taking a stunning catch over his head there. But back to the cricket. That is
Valentine. And they fielded nicely in the short extra cover region. And Lashon is in the cover, really cheering on Valentine, trying to bring the full ball again, being capitalized by Hilroy and fielded by Cornelius again. There's no run. The score is 118 and we're in the 18th over for 4. Full again, this one is hit into the extra cover region on the fence. Fumble, and now they're coming back for the second. And Boston, and it's been overthrown, backed up in the one side there by lower field, and so they get to run. So John, we have seen all season police find themselves in a little spot of bother, and they nicely played into the cover region again, and they run a single. And a single is so easy to get if you want the single. Yeah.
That's what I want to see batsman playing.
Right.
He plays the ball so easy, and no big problem. That's what you want to see them do. Instead of trying to hit that ball so hard, you try to burst it. You know, just come and play the ball at its merit.
Well judged, but it was. So yeah, John, I was saying that police find themselves in a spot of bother for the boat competition that they have won, and they wiggle themselves out and have lost the game. Well bowled by Valentine outside the off stump and misses. End of the over. So the score is 121 for 4 and 18th over. 18 over has just completed, and they find themselves, they wiggle themselves out with. How you think that they will wiggle themselves out of this one?
Well, I think one of the things that has worked well for police over the season is that they've gotten contribution from a wide variety of their players. So it hasn't been really left to one player. Today it might be Gerald, could be the captain, Valentine. There's another guy there, Jerron Jones, I think.
Yeah.
Yes. So they have been getting steady contribution from different players, and I think that will help them along the way. So even if one falters, somebody is always able to pick up the slack. But we'll have to see how they handle this one. The All Saints team seems to be controlling their innings pretty well, and I guess with 11 overs to go, we might start to see them turning up the heat just a little bit. I just have one concern though with the young guy Andrew. His running between the wicket leaves a lot to be desired. He's hitting the ball and then he's just basically jogging through the first run, when really you want to see him pushing hard for that first run and then looking for any opportunity for that second.
This one is swept down to the mid-wicket region by Melvin, and they got a single. Yes, that's a very good observation, because Ed and I were saying the same thing, that they're not really forcing that first run that create some kind of error in the field. So they will basically taking the pressure off of the fielder by just jogging that first single. But very well played. But I'm starting seeing though some sensible cricket played by him. And that's what I want to see.
That's what I was just saying. Shot before that, and when he came in early, he was doing the same thing, and then he seems to just get out of sort. He's getting back into sort again, and trying to play the proper cricket shot. Well bowled by the bowler there, to Melville.
You may come into this. The two Andrews, one family. Do you think there's some sibling rivalry among them in terms of going out on a cricket field, they're playing on the same team and trying to outdo each other? You coming from a huge cricketing background, what it's like?
It's always a rivalry, because you have to prove yourself. I can remember. I'll give you a story. I can remember Liberty playing against Evil Farm, Enoch, and another brother playing for Liberta, and I playing for CV Farm. And before the game, we used to hear Daddy and everybody making noise. So I'll tell Dad, when we come home, we'll see who laughing. So it's always rivalry. Once you have siblings playing against each other, it's always a rivalry. And it's good rivalry. Never no real fight about everything. It's just good rivalry. We know we all are pretty good players, so we just go out and play. That's what both of them has to do now. I think this one here thinks that his little brother is overtaking, and he may want to try a few things different.
As I said earlier, I know he hasn't been among the rounds for New Jobs. But what I'm saying, I'm really impressed, because especially later in his just looking that single instead of trying to overhit the ball, and we can only get from strength to strength, because out there is where one scored. So I like what I'm seeing so far.
He looks an accomplished little player. Easy on the eyes, easy playing, from what I'm seeing. But I would.
Asking Abdi on Sunday. I know he closes, and in the young stage, most cricketers they throw their hands at all the discipline, bowling, batting, keeping. I know he does a little bowling also. When do you think it's right? When do you think it's a time to decide that, hey, this is the discipline I'm going to concentrate on?
I wouldn't say discipline. He has to know. He has to know which one he likes best. But if he can do all of it, it's a plus for him.
Shot played by Melvin. Very good feeling also by Boston coming on and cover fence and feeling nicely thrown in one motion. Sorry,
they should have gotten more runs than that, because I think he thought that the ball would have gone to 4. But you have to run hard, as he says. He's not running hard enough to get 2.
Valentine, very nicely played by him, Roy. That's the pressure you could create by running that first single and he take his eyes off the ball.
But if you notice, he didn't run it. Initially, he did not run it very, very hard. I think Melvin was shouting in his ears, and then is when he decided, okay, let me get up on my horse and run. He has to take that part of the game a lot more serious.
What? just looking from very well played again by Hero. This is just very good batting.
So what Melvin does, Melvin scampers down. Hero is just jogging.
Yes, that's very good batting on the part of Hero. But there's some aspect that has missing out of the game when we were playing the game, Ed, where you're batting with your partner. I think the partnership, bowling and fielding is the same thing. When you're batting, what you don't see now is that me coming to talk to you by you're not doing such there, and you just leave me there. I leave it down there for the wolves.
To struggle. And I noticed that in the cricket now. If a guy is having a little problem, his partner don't call him down and talk to him and say this is what you're doing. Very important to give the batter some confidence. But
into good shot again played by Hilroy. This time he's pulling that back. That's really brilliant feeling by Lashon. This is good feeling. They're not bowing them head, John and Ed. They're under the pump. But you're still seeing the effort in the field. This is good cricket. Very much so.
That's brilliant, man. That's brilliant. Not good. That's brilliant
this
feeling.
Is showing that they're the champion.
Brilliant.
That's how champions been played. The score is now intelligent.
He's bowling.
Oh.
He's bowling. Coming right across his wicket and be beaten there. And I was just going to say, the shot before, although it was a good shot, I found it was very risky. The ball wasn't that short, but he was intent on playing that shot. And he just come across now and probably just going across the line a bit. And he was comprehensively bowled. So,
fellas,
different innings. Andrew.
This is what I don't like about the new players. Have no reason to play that shot. And he comes out and play that shot and get out. If I am coaching, he might be sitting down for the next game, because we don't have enough runs, and you are guy we're looking for runs from, and he go and play that walking across the wicket, and he made 24 off of what? How many balls? How many balls he scored that runs off of? 21 and he 31, and
21
from 31.
But it's not a bad scoring rate with the way he was going, because he was just pushing around. But I don't know, making the overs, knowing what the overs are and stuff like that is very essential in cricket. So if you are batting, the first thing you want to know how many overs and how many runs and this kind of stuff to keep going, because you don't have a scoreboard out there.
But just talking about that, his teammates or the coach or the captain send out some message with the glove.
Yes.
Let him know where we at, and and you're just not seeing that.
Joe.
What's the name of the new batsman, sorry? Blackman. So the new batsman taking his guard. No, Hilroy made 21 from 31. I'm not belaboring the point. If he had taken his run in a little serious, I'm sure he'd had an extra 5-6 runs there, and that could have made a big difference in terms of even the concentration of the bowler. But it's All Saints would have to regroup here, and 121. We have what? 132. We have 8 more overs to go. 132 with 8 overs to go. So. I don't know what you guys think would be a decent score here. Maybe they'd want to get another 40, 50 runs on this.
As you were saying earlier, this stopping, yeah, next 40, 50 runs could be a handful for police.
133 for 7 from 21 overs. Remember,
For five, for five.
for 5, sorry, 133 for 5. So do remember that police won the toss and decided to insert the All Saints men. And you're watching the Sir Vivian Richards Thursday League right here at the police ground. And a very hot day today. Clear blue skies, nice little breeze blowing across. Mark, I don't know if you can get some scores from the other venues for us.
Oi. Set 21. Yeah.
So the bowler is left arm as Barnard.
Yeah.
Barnard, and he comes
Valentine.
in. Valentine, sorry, comes into Melvin Charles. I'm looking at Melvin also, Abdi, and doing a little analysis. I'm not really seeing much foot movement, and so his shot selection seemed to be very limited because he doesn't move very much in the crease. His feet are still. Oh, that's a chance, and he dropped it. Was hit straight back. Well, not straight back, just a little to the left of Barnard there. Barnard?
No, it's Valentine.
Sorry, Valentine there, and to his good hand, and he poached it. He dropped it there. So a chance going down there for Melvin Charles. But just watch his feet, coach, and just
Well,
watch his step.
Melvin doesn't really have good foot movement, but he has his very quick hands and eyes.
And this one is driven hard, but straight to the man there at a short cover position, and so extra cover. Sorry, a short extra cover, and so no run. So Melvin probably feeling a little pressure, haven't been able to score off of the last few deliveries. Oh, that's a terrible delivery. Full toss, and Melvin is playing a cute little dink down the leg side there, and getting two, looking for a third, but getting 2 runs. I think if he had probably stayed his position, hit it, could have gotten a little better production out of that.
Yeah, he's not a very. The foot movement never be a part of his.
We're getting some updates here for you. What do you have there, coach? So Pickett's versus Newfield, 157 for 9 from 24 overs. Anthony Martin, he has 51. Who's batting there, Mark? Newfield is batting. Okay, so. Okay. So 157 for 9 from 24 overs, and that's Anthony Iroots Martin, I'm assuming.
Yeah, yes.
51, what?
Yeah.
Martin getting in the batting. All right, so once we get any other scores, we'll keep you updated, guys. And this game is being played at Newfield?
Pickett's.
Pickett's, okay. I've never seen any game. But it's going to be the Evervescent Cornelius, and this one is just outside the off stump, it's a little back of a length, and that's Blackwood playing an unorthodox shot there onto the leg side and getting a single. So let's look at the field. We have a man at point, cover, extra cover, long on, long off, mid wicket, and that is close. They're beating the outside half of the bat there. A man on the mid wicket boundary and also square leg, and one just back with a square. So this Cornelius to Charles, and this one is a little quicker one, and a chance for a run out here as Blackwood was scampering down the wicket, had to turn back and retreat. Coach, as we look to the left in the corner there by the nets, we see some females practicing there. Not certain who they are, but our
on the 19.
On the 19s, okay.
And he swing but misses. It's a wide no signal by the umpire, but Neville is after it. They're coming back for the second and third, and they said no just at the nick of time, and so they get 3, 1 and 2 on 1 wide. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if you have been following the scores thus far in the CG 50 over women competition, and our ladies have not been doing too well. Last score I saw for today, they were 33 for 5 against Barbados, and we know that they were beaten by Windward Islands a couple of days back. So I guess the results won't surprise us. I guess we're more, we want to look at the individual performances and
Right.
see if any of the girls are showing any potential of breaking that barrier. But Cornelius continues, and Melvin, you could see he's been frustrated. He went across his wicket there, premeditated, looking to just run that behind square, and luckily for him, didn't really lead to his downfall. And so a good little spell here for the police team, Coach Hughes, after getting that wicket there of Andrew. And so at the end of over number 22, the score moves up to 139 for 5.
So I was watching the first game. When I didn't see the Leewards batted, but I saw when they were bowling. They didn't do too bad in the field. Outside of the one over from Claxton, who went for 16. Where that choice there, you do things at the spur of the moment, but when you look at it on hindsight,
Another chance dropped again. So Valentine creating the chances. This one was flighted, and there was Blackwood going to a full-blooded drive, and Cornelius just having to go low to his right. Wasn't able to hold on. Had a couple of bites at it, but it eventually fell out. And this one now is a top edge into wide mid-wicket area, and it's found the gap, and so 4 runs. So it looks to me as if All Saints has decided it's time to turn on the gas here, Coach Hughes. But that was a tough chance there for Cornelius. Well, not a toughish chance for Cornelius there.
it went straight into his hand, but he's not a good catcher. And you could have seen the one that your friend Neville dropped earlier. It was a dolly. But when, in hindsight, when you look at, because Liebert opened the left arm orthodox, opened the ball for Leeward. She didn't bowl that bad. Then after she came, Jennison came in and picked up 3 wickets. But when Jennison was bowling, because they weren't getting away the spin, they should have brought in Amanda to bowl with Jennison. But there's where Claxton came in and gave that overs, went for 16 runs, and really changed the whole the
Context
pressure
of the
aspect.
game.
Yes, but they didn't do too bad in the field. I must say, I didn't really see they batted, but they didn't do bad in the field. But based on what I see with Barbados bowling against Guyana, I know that Lee was going to have a tough job on their hand, because their bowling was very strong.
Yeah, so Valentine trying to keep the pressure here, while All Saints now they're looking to see if they could start to press on the pedal as we look out to the south here, seeing all the vehicles, and the keeper is hit on his hand here. Little discomfort as the ball beat the batsman there, and trying to dab it late, but he apparently hit the gloves, so the wicket-keeper Moreland, he's in some discomfort here. But that's another over in the bag. 23 overs out of the 29. 24. And the score is 144 for 5. So Coach Hughes, 5 more overs to go. I would think you'd want to get at least a minimum 30 onto that, to see if you could get it to the 180 mark also.
But I don't know if the time will allow them to get in the 5.
Oh, we're playing to time too?
Yeah,
what is the cutoff time?
They didn't say cut-off time. But they started late, cut down to 29. They didn't give them the cut-off time, but let's see. But if they allow if they're able to bat the 5, they can get 50, 40. Could be challenging total for better police.
Well, obviously the keeper there, he's really in some discomfort. The bat apparently hit the glove, and probably would have jammed his finger there. So just trying to work it out. But again, we're playing against time, and so I'm sure the umpire would be checking all of that. I don't think we have any injury time in this game. And so is that Candice I'm seeing out there?
Yes. Yes.
Candice Butler. And Candice is standing on the southern end. As we look out there, Abdel, seeing the traffic moving a little snail pace going down the factory road, and some vehicles getting out. So
Traffic are more busy going into town than coming out of. And
Coach, I say no, I don't care which road you go on in Antigua, no.
especially this time of the day.
Oh man, just
And
traffic
12.
and traffic and traffic. But it's going to be Cornelius as he's going to try to create some traffic in the All Saints team. He's going to try to get some wickets so the batters can be walking out and walking in as he comes over the wicket to Melvin, and he's going for a wild swing and is a top edge, and he's caught now.
Blackman.
Sorry, that's Blackman. So he was really in no position to play the shot. Wasn't really a short delivery, just back of a good length, and he tried to pull it, and he only got a top edge and an easy catch to the keeper there.
What? Yeah, they just asked me five.
So another wicket goes down for All Saints. So 144 for 6. Melvin is going to have to get into some rhythm to try and get this score going. Whereas Police, on the other hand, they're going to want to keep taking wickets. You got to give credit to Cornelius. We can say what we want. No, he is generally in the wickets column. Whatever he does, whether it's verbally skill set on the field, he does get the wickets here and there.
Yes, he does. He does. He knows how to get in his opponent's head. But you know what I like? When he doesn't get in the wicket, he just walk with the head come off, his head in the ground. But that's the sports. That's sports.
Whereas he bowls wicket to wicket, so he always gives himself an opportunity to get a wicket. Generally, that's his attack mode, just on about the off stump, and he's always looking to get wickets. He's not a defensive bowler. He attacks. Yeah, he's always looking to get some wicket. Coach, I'm sure you would have heard the West Indies team for. You're sure you would have heard the West Indies team for the Bangladesh tour here, and our Devon Thomas getting a look in. Not certain if he will get into the final 11, but at least he got a look in. And I'm a bit surprised though when I look at the present 11. Casey Carty, who is up there in Pakistan now. I don't know if the team will be back by then, but I would have expected him to get a chance in the President's 11 game. But again, as I said, I'm not certain. No ball signal. Wow. That's a cardinal sin, taking 3-4 steps to the wicket and bowl a no ball. Is that a free hit? We have free hit in this game?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a free hit. The new batsman there is, who's that? That's Anja? Malik Marcelin. And a good comeback here by Cornelius, and here he's taunting the batsman.
Ma'am, John, I've seen 2 free hits for All Saints against Police, and not one of them is scored off. And that's a cardinal sin. You bowl a no ball, okay, that's bad, but you got a chance to even score one.
Oh, that's a loud appeal, and there's an appeal, and what's happened here? He's giving him now, giving him. So there was some hesitation, some confusion, and looked like the ball just kissed the outside half of the bat, and good take there by the keeper, Maryland. Cornelius had no doubt their coach used that was an edge, that was a wicket, and belatedly the umpire then put up that dreaded finger, and so Malik Marcelin, he has to take the long walk to the pavilion.
Yeah, it's and the police are crawling themselves back into the nick of things, and so the score is 145 for 6, and this is 7, and this is the 25th over, and again the policeman has chased down tougher scores than this, but against what opponents. So we're
Coach,
still.
you asked a question. You asked how police is going to react to this, and they went to Cornelius.
Yeah. Cornelius is on a roll. He's now into Andra. He defends and no run. He is, after defending that, just take a little stroll into the one side, and now Richie ready to face battle. Andra again driving this one back down the strip to Cornelius, and again there's no run. So this one, Andra, it's a no ball again. This is the third free hit that will be given to All Saints, but All Saints haven't scored. Let's hope that Andra could capitalize. This time, if he goes in, he will not out, so he can free up himself. Pulls this one to try to Neville, and they get a single. At least he get a single from that free hit. $147 for 7, and the All Saints men has just fall away somewhat from the position that they found themselves in after we were saying that. Yeah, the scoring is still good, but from where they was, they fall away somewhat with losing too many wickets. So Anja, good shot played by Anja. This one is just drop inside the corner region for 4. Just drop inside the bound. And so Anja will take some pressure off of Melvin, who is struggling somewhat to really score. And so the score moves on 151 for 7. Now there's a cow corner. A fielder is going into the cow corner region. And so the field is long off, long on. A cow corner, mid wicket. Square leg, short mid wicket, cover point. This one is steered nicely into the cover point region, and they get a single. So that's good cricket played by Andra. After hitting the boundary, instead of staying there trying at the boundary, get a single, and Melvin have a bite at the cherry. As Valentine into Melvin, this one is hitting this one into the cover region, coming off the fence is Boston. They're looking for the second, and no. Good throw. We haven't seen Boston yet, John.
No. Well, so far I must say the outfielding for the police seems to be pretty decent. They've really scampered around the boundary rope, made some good saves, some strong throws in. So it's Valentine and another big swipe across the line, and luckily for Samuel, the ball just eluding the stump there, getting a bottom edge there. So Valentine again into Samuel, as All Saints is trying to up the run rate now. And this one getting a nice little bounce, but well played by Samuel, just opening the face and running that behind the point position there and getting an easy single. So intelligent batting there, as you would say, Coach Hughes, just running it down there, just getting the single, keep the scoreboard turning over. The odd extras will come.
Yes.
Valentine again. And this again is a full delivery just outside the off stump. But instead of Melvin coming across and trying to cream that through the cover point area, he was trying to tug that onto the onside, and so he missed it completely. And so the innings have come to a close based on time, I would assume. Yes, based on time. And so we'll get the final stats for you shortly. So I think they face 26 overs, if I'm not mistaken. 26. And so we'll get the scorecard for you shortly. But Coach Hughes, what the final score there is? Just 154, 26 overs. I think that's a pretty decent total. I think all Saints would feel is something that they can defend. And I think police would also think that is something that they can get. So I think the game is still evenly poised.
Yes, it's a good game based on the score and the opponents, based on what they have done in the pursuit of the competition so far. But again, they still also have to put into consideration, John, that it's a different opponents they're coming up against. Whereas we know in the Parish League, it's up and down, and they're more knitted together as a team. And so we see how they fare off against All Saints.
In situations like these, who
155, 26, 54, 155.
In games like these, who does this benefit more? This time, because the batting team would have been probably anticipating, hey, we have 3 more overs, and then I don't know if maybe the umpires would have spoken to them before. I don't know, but how would that really have an adverse effect on the batting team in terms of cutting off that time just like that?
Well, it affect the batting team. Well, not necessarily, because they know their target. They have a target now to play at.
No, what I was talking about, like the All Saints team.
Yeah,
because they would have known when to change gears, you know.
Yeah.
That's one of the beauty. When you're batting, you know, you have to know when to.
Right. Luckily for them, we see a nice good cameo from Joel, who give them that impetus, because they didn't have the momentum, didn't carry on from what they got. So Joel really played a nice little innings, and so they got a respectable total that they can defend, I believe, but it's left to see how police responded to that tournament total. 155 for victory in 26 overs against this opponent. It will be a tough task for All Saints. And there's a female playing for All Saints.
That's very good to see. And I think somebody was saying, you know, one of the competitions we could always have is, you know, probably have a game. I think he's talking the school league. They said in the school league, you know. I think it was Swango, when Swango was with us, you know. Could have 7 and 4, you know, and that will help with the development. And it's so good to see the under-19s there training there. Is that Fedo over there with them?
Yes.
Frederick over there with them, and it's good to see that process, you know, going on. And I hope there's a plan in place for longevity, not just for an immediate assignment, but there is a strategic plan as to how we're going to develop these girls maybe for the next 2-3 years, when we could say, hey, the Leeward Islands team or the Antigua team can look for something healthy.
That's very well said, John. That's what it takes, not sporadic activity, and then you see a bunch of girls in the net, and you put it on the air in sport, and to make a sound bite. You want a program in place that you could get something meaningful out of the program. As you say, longevity, 3-4 years, and you know, okay, this is what we want to get by this time. I mean, I've heard the president, which is the coach, making a statement of when he come back, what's his plan. But I've heard that plan before. You understand? We're not serious enough, John. This is the whole bottom line is, we're not serious enough. Talking is cheap. Talking is cheap. Sounds good when you go and do a nice interview. When you do a nice interview, and then but then after that, what happened? That you don't want the interview. That's talk. the work in and let the female themselves enjoy that career that they're striving for, because that there's somebody who have that interest in me, putting in the work, and so that's what I want to see, John.
Well, as I said, it's really a beautiful sight. You know, I mean, I remember maybe 7, 8 years ago, 10 years ago, we didn't see any female at all playing any hardball. I remember this lady, you know, I always feel sorry for her, Lena Thomas.
Yeah.
She was always trying to push it, and you know, it just never materialized. And now that, you know, Lena has passed that stage, we're now seeing, you know, the opportunities there, you know. So I must say, you know, we always, anytime we talk about female hardball, we always got to call that name, Lena Thomas, because she's always been pushing that, always been having an appetite to have female hardball being played here. And, you know, it's good to see Fedo in that corner there with these young ladies, you know. And maybe one of these days we're up here, we're going to just have to bring a couple of them and just have a little sound bite with them, just to, you know, hear how they feel about this whole cricketing, what their plan is, what their goals are, because, you know, we want them to stick to it, because we know, Coach, you would know, you always said, cricket is probably one of the hardest sports you can ever play.
Well, yeah, but it's very enjoyable.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me just run through the scorecard for the All Saints team. So, Police won the toss and they decided to bat. Michael Dover, he was caught off of the bowling of Vincent Shedrack for 1. Teron Payne, he was caught off of the bowling of Siobhan Moore. He made 19. Joel Andrew, he was caught off the bowling of LaShawn Barnard, and he made a well-played 54. That included, looks like 3 sixes and 5 fours. And 3 sixes. Dimitri Lucas, he was caught off of the bowling of James Cornelius. He made 24. Hilroy Andrew, he was bowled by James Cornelius. He made 21. Melvin Charles, he was not out on 8. Akeem Blackman, he was caught off of the bowling of James Cornelius for 7. And Malik Marcelin, he was caught. Michael Marcelin, he was caught off of the bowling of James Cornelius without scoring. Andrew Samuel, he was not out on 7. And so we had 13 extras, 3 no balls, 6 wides, 2 leg byes, 2 byes. And so the score 154. Bowling for the Police team, Malik Gerald, he had 3 overs for 23 runs. Vincent Shedrack Jr., he had 2 overs, 18 runs, 1 wicket. LaShawn Barnard, 6 overs, 35 runs, 1 wicket. Siobhan Moore, 4 overs, 35 runs, 1 wicket. James Cornelius, 6 overs, 17 runs, 4 wicket. And we have to give James Cornelius a lot of credit. While All Saints was looking to push on, to start to put some pressure onto the Police team, James Cornelius came into the attack and he really just pegged them back, taking wickets consistently. And Damian Valentine, he bowled 5 overs for 22 runs. And so very good going by Joel Andrew. And so, you know, we really want to see this youngster. He had a brilliant 175 earlier in the year, and we're hoping that as time goes on we could see his game mature and he could move to that next level as we go forward there. Good afternoon, Umpire Yami. Good to have you on board today as usual.
He also gets some runs on the weekend against Liberta, 58 against Liberta, Joel. So he's among the runs this year, you know. But that's why you want to see some consistency, John. Some consistency, because the little score that we get around here is not gonna cut it to go to the next level. You may get picked from you making the runs here because of our substandard here, but when you go to the next level, where you're gonna find wanting for that runs that you really need, you know. So when you get hungry and get in the hundreds here, that could just be a 75 in the regional, in the League Lion tournament.
Well, I heard you speaking about, and I think it's the same chat that I could be privy to, and I know one of the players. He's very much up there in the accumulation of runs, and one of the things that we are trying to somebody was trying to say is that um, yes, you're among the runs, but when we look at the score sheet now, we're not seeing any hundreds.
Right.
And at the end of the day, to take it to the next level, you need to have some centuries behind your names. You understand? And as you rightfully gave the analysis, 100 here is 50,
Yeah.
60 at the Antigua level. When you
Right.
go to the Leeward Island 11, that's a 30, 40.
Exactly.
And when you go to West Indies, you're averaging 11. You understand? So I think it's very important that our youngsters understand. I remember speaking with Evie Richardson,
Mm.
and every reason every week, every day was turning out hundreds after hundreds after hundreds, and you have to do that. And so our youngsters must understand the barrier must go a little bit higher in terms of that accomplishment.
I told you there's this young lady who was playing for the Leeward Island female team. When we come very close to beating Jamaica, right? And I said, because we don't know how to win, we didn't win this game. Some of the female were upset because they didn't understand. But this Indian girl who was playing with us, he called me aside and said, Coach, you're correct. I said, what are you talking about? She said, when you said because we don't know how to win, we didn't win that game. She said she remember asking Raul Javed, how does it feel to make 100? He said, if you don't make it, you would know. But you cannot tell about somebody you have to make it to know what it is.
I have to walk the walk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in them getting hungry and making hundreds, that 150, I mean, yeah, it sounds good here, so it'll be 75. But at least when you get 75 in the regional against Leeward, you know how it takes. You can go to the next step to get that 100. But when you keeping failing to make 100, it'll be tough.
Yeah, it'll be tough because, as you know, as you always say, Taddy always say, when you play at this level, you get five bad balls.
Yeah.
You know you will score. Even if the bowler ball one good delivery, you're going to get the rest.
Right.
You move up to the next level, it now goes down to 3, 4.
Huh.
When you go up to the higher level, Taddy said he played
No.
against Pakistan. You're waiting for a bad ball.
None coming.
None coming.
Yeah.
So it's really going to take a lot.
Yeah.
There. But, Coach, we are seeing now that the umpires are walking out, and the second half of this Sir Vivian Richards Thursday League tournament starting off today, and we're here at the police ground, and you're watching us live on the Parish League Network, our Facebook page, our Instagram, YouTube, and we are also on CTV. Yes. So we want to say good afternoon to all of our viewers and persons listening to our commentary here, and we'll be logging on soon to see if you're leaving any comments. Not much attendance really here, just beside the players and one or two trickle of supporters. But we all know it's a Thursday afternoon. Most persons are still at work. Abdi, remember too, Thursday afternoons, no. Remember St. John's does lockdown 2 o'clock. But those days gone now. St. John's, remember in the early days, Thursday time.
Oh, yeah.
Tumblers lockdown at 2 o'clock.
yeah.
You understand? But
Yeah.
Mark said, no, you have to work from 7 to 4 now, 2 o'clock lockdown.
Yes. Those are the days, man.
And, so a lot of, you won't get the opportunity to get a lot of spectators coming out. Maybe a little later on, persons finish work, they will, gravitate to see a couple of the games.
Yes, it's.
All right, so the two openers have already gone out there. I want to believe one is going to be
Malik and Lowerfield.
Malik
No,
Malik
Gerald.
Gerald. Sorry, and Malik Gerald is just a I don't know word to use, but it's just amazing from a tier-away fast bowler to a specialist open batsman now. But you have to give him his credit. He's performing. He's contributing, and so I guess the experiment is working out. Remind me of a Sunil Narayan sort of setting there, where Sunil Narayan was used as a pinch hitter in the T20.
And did pretty well with it.
Yes. Well, just before this gets on, yes, so we were bowled out for 60, Abdel, Coach Hughes. We were bowled out for 60, 60 all out. And the last score I have here is that they are 23, Barbados in reply. They're 23 for 1, and we just dropped Haley Matthews, it looks like, here. So it could have been 23 for 2. All right, so the umpire is signaling there. That looks like Candice Butler. And the opening bowler, that looks like Malik Michael. That's a name change? That's his correct name. Oh, okay. Michael Maslin. I've always heard Malik Maslin.
Yeah.
But it's Michael Maslin, I'm being told by the scorer. So it's Maslin to Lowenfield. Lowenfield also, a couple of years back, was on the national team radar. Was on the national
He
team.
played for Antigua.
Yes, I think he played for Antigua for a bit. But again, the consistency.
The inconsistency. Because, I mean, look, as Dover, he was among the runs, like, even before the pandemic. He was one of the scorers. Today, you see him, you wonder if these guys are really thinking of of a future, you know. Then you see Melvin. Melvin is really struggling, and that's what that's going to find. Melvin going to find himself in that situation where, because of the lack of foot movement, and he uses hand and his eyes and his hand speed.
That can take you so far and no further.
That's right. That's right. As he gets older, all these the hand speed and the eyesight slows down, and you'll find you can't get balls where you normally get them.
And you know what was a pleasant little news for me the other day? I don't remember how many weeks back, but I know just maybe in the last month, I saw T. Wheelie scoring 150 or something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, wow,
Yeah,
that must have been a long time he hasn't seen that type of score. I mean,
Yes.
T. Wheelie has had an extended drought in terms of,
Runs.
scoring runs. And, I was just so happy to see him finally getting among the runs, and hope that can build his confidence, because it's a young talent that, I'm just afraid, might just wither away.
Right.
If it doesn't recapture itself soonest. But it's Marcelin with a little questionable action. And this one is driven forward of the man there at the cover boundary, and that runs into the boundary for 4 runs. Probably just coming off more of the outer half of that bat, but well placed. And so the first boundary of the innings there to Lowenfield, as Maslin was right up there for the drive.
I wonder if he bowls for Empire now also, because few games now I've seen he played for Police, that's lower field, and he hasn't bowled. I think he probably one game I see him bowl, but outside of that, I'm surprised, But so I wonder if he's still bowling for Empire.
This one is just a little bit back of a length, not as full as the last one. And Lowenfield, absolutely no foot movement, just having a waff at it with his bat, and he would have been really disappointed if he had gotten an edge to the keeper. So there's a slip in place, a man on the third man boundary, point cover, extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and a young lady on the fine leg boundary. This one is nice and full, straight and well played, and also well fielded there by Melvin Charles. So the end of over number 1, in pursuit of 155 for victory. Police, they are 4 without loss.
It's like Anja will be taking up the attack from the pavilion end. But so we see how Malik, because funny, he came over Mahiko Sunday. He told me pick up 5 wickets. So I asked him, telling me he already out, but because he's playing shots he don't normally play, he's defending now. So that he didn't get any runs. So let's hope he plays Malik way today to get some runs than trying to play what he's not accustomed to.
Yeah, but then again, it has to be to the team plan. What? I mean, I no discredit to Malik, but Malik is not a frontline batsman.
Right.
So his role, I'm assuming, at the top of the order, must be in a pinch hitting role.
Yes. Yes.
And so you live and die with it. If it comes off, it's a great move. If it doesn't come off, you just say, hey, we try again another day.
All right. That's right. Totally agree with you.
So it's Andrew Samuel. He's coming over the wicket. Is a slip. A man at short, third man. Point. A cover, man at cover. A man at extra cover. A man at mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, square leg just behind the umpire. And the young lady going all the way down to a wide third man position. This one is short, but Malik not taking advantage of that. That was a nice long hop there. We're down the leg side. Couldn't ask for a better delivery to start your innings, but he was a little bit late on the shot. Probably a little more pace than he anticipated from Samuel.
A bit more pace? Is that so?
Well, he seemed a bit late on the shot.
Okay.
Samuel again. And again down the leg side and missing. And the umpire now signals wide. So Samuel's not getting him his line right so far. 2 deliveries going down the leg side. First one, the batsman was gloved it. And this one, the going past the... So it's Andrew Samuel. This one now is outside the off stump and a wild whiff. And there's an appeal and he's gone. He's caught behind. Wow. That seems so simple. No, this one was wide and short outside the off stump. No foot movement. He threw the bat at it. Got an edge there and was taken by the keeper. And the celebration began. So the experiment did not work this time, Coach Hughes. Marcelin goes without scoring.
Gerald.
Gerald. I'm mixing up these
The
Maliks.
Maliks.
Yeah.
But
So Gerald went without scoring.
We just did it perfectly. Live by the sword, you die by the sword. If you come off, you come off. He doesn't, live to fight another day. So again, we're gonna see probably police may get, all teams may get deep into police batting that we haven't seen all season. You know, because it's from the 5 you may struggle in Maryland coming and you know, and Shanisha will get some runs between there too. So we'll see how they responded. They lost the first wicket in the second over. And we'll see. They normally depends on Malik's start.
Yeah, because he'll give them a quick 20, 30 runs there. We're just getting a little update for you. Newfield, they're 169 all out. Oh, Pickers was batting. So how you told me Anthony Martin at 51? Anthony Martin's playing for Pickers? Wow, okay. Well, we have a musical cheers when it comes to teams and players around here. So Pickards, they made 169 all out. And Newfield in reply, they're 34 for 1. Looks like 5 overs in the bag. All right, so, and we're here at the police ground where All Saints batted first. They made 154. And so far we're in the second over where police, they're now 4 for 1. Gerald, he was just caught behind off of the bowling of Samuel. And you see how cricket is a funny game, Coach? The bowling does, the over so far for Samuel has been really nothing of threat. But just, he has a wicket attached to his name already. And the new batsman there, just leaving that. Valentine, yes. So that was a good delivery for a batsman. But Valentine, he's in some good nick, good form. And so he'd want to continue in that fate.
Well, it only takes one ball to get a wicket, John.
Oh, I love this. I love this now. I see All Saints now have put 2 slips in place. So they're really trying to put some pressure on the batsman. And again, he's beaten outside the other. He's caught. Yes, he's caught. So beautiful bowling here by Andrew Samuel. Just probably pitching on middle and off. And the ball just going across the batsman. And there he was poking at it. And it looks like it rubbed the glove on the way through. And so good bowling here by the bowler there, Coach Hughes.
Very, very good line and length there. going across, just pitching on middle, going off and onto the off stump, and he plays with it. Must play, and the edge was taken, and the job was done behind by Dover. So Vincent Shedrick Jr. is going out to replace Valentine, who was being among the runs for, surprisingly.
Well, so
Valentine and Malik, who is being among the runs for police, they too has gone early. So we're going to see now how the policemen respond.
well, they would still have some hope. They have.
Probably today will be our live wire out in the middle.
Oh, James Cornelius. All
Yeah.
right. Well, we'll see. He'll get his opportunity with the bat. I'm sure he doesn't want it. He'd want his guys to bring it up, but we must say kudos to him in terms of his bowling. He really pegged back the All Saints team and eventually really held them back from putting on some more runs onto the scorecard. But at the moment, all the attention now is on Andrew Samuel. He has really started poorly. He got a wicket. I would say that Malik Gerald gave his wicket away, but definitely he earned the wicket of Valentine there, pitching one just about middle and off and just going across the batsman. He had to play, as the coach said, and he gloved it through to the keeper. So let's see what he has now. He has 2 slips. I would love to see another slip. I'm just that sort of attacking person, but here he comes. Over the wicket to Shadrach Jr., and Shadrach Jr. is coming immaculately forward, not even interested in a run. He just wanted to make sure he gets bat and ball there and just tapped it into the offside, and so no run.
What I have is a forward short leg, just to create a doubt, find a third man in of a forward short leg, bring around the cover point, around to a gully area. Just let him see something in his eyesight, you know.
Most definitely. Let's see what Samuel has up his sleeve. This one again is just outside the off stump, and well played there by Shadrach. So Shadrach so far looking textbook-like. And so the end of the second over, and beside that wide, I think that was 5 for 2. So 2 wickets to Samuels in this over.
What happened to Jones? Shadrach is batting before Jones.
Well, let's see. Maybe it's a tactical.
Okay. Jones is he's.
Maybe it's a tactical move. So we hear the All Saints team. They're jeering on each other. Confidence level is high. As Marcelin, and this one is slashed and coming off of a thickish outside edge and going down to the third vacant third man position, and so 4 runs off of the bat there.
No, John, look at how wide the third man is.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's crazy.
it's the sports field placement.
Yeah, the third man is really too wide, and so that just peeled off of the outer half of the bat there, and so. Once it seems once it's up there outside of the off stump, it seems like Lowenfield is going to have a dart at it. That's where he got his first boundary from, and he went again, and this time getting another boundary. So there's going to be an adjustment in the field now. Looks like they're going to put an extra slip in place. So the man comes out of the extra cover. Out of the extra cover into now. So it's a wide, a 4th slip also, coach.
Yeah.
And this one is a little fuller and straighter, and so he is equal to the task there. Well, they may know something because they're still maintaining this man at a wide third man position. I am not understanding what
Still a bit too wide. Even
Yeah.
though the other slip is in place, it's still a bit too wide.
Yeah, but I don't know what shot would you play to really get a ball down there. That's, I'm not too following that. But let's see Marcelin bumbling and down the leg side. Or easy signal for umpire Butler. Well, Gerald takes up his second occupation, or his third when he doesn't bat, when he doesn't bowl. He takes
Some pictures?
he take pictures. He's a photographer.
Yeah, and he has a page on Facebook also, so he posts them on there.
Okay, and this one is clobbered over mid-on position. And so it looks like Lowenfield is trying to take advantage of the field placement here, and he clobbered that one really. I don't know if he middled it as well as he wanted to, but it was effective enough, and he got 4 more runs. So Lowenfield looks like he's going to go down. If he's going to go down, he's going to go down dying, fighting. He's not afraid to play his strokes. So 2 slips. Cover, extra cover, mid-off. Third man, mid-on, mid-wicket. And this one, oh, this is beautifully played. This is beautifully played. Just getting into line, coach, and just opening the face at the last minute and just caressing that over a wide extra cover area there and getting 4 beautiful runs. So that I think that is the shot of the innings thus far. Really beautiful there by Lowenfield there. And so Lowenfield looking very animous, coach, really sinking into the batting at the moment.
Yeah, it was a very good shot played by Lowerfield. The ball was there, and he does the correct thing. That's 4 more, shorter this time, and he tugs it down to a long on region for 4. There's some good cricket shot being played there, John.
Yeah, I think Lowenfield, you got to give Lowenfield credit there. I think he would have recognized that Marcelin would have seen him driving the last 2 deliveries, and so he know he's going to pull the length back a bit, and he did pull the length back, and Lowenfield was able to just slap it down the ground and still getting 4 runs there. So it's a hat-trick of 4s, if I'm not mistaken. A hat-trick of 4 scorer? Yeah. It's a hat-trick of 4s there. So real Lowenfield put in the pump, so there's a field adjustment now being made, whereas the man on the mid-on position is being sent back. Okay, now change again. He's coming back in. So there's some little indecision. The slip definitely is gone out. So only 1 slip in place as Marcelin again. And this one is wide outside the off stump and signaled wide by the umpire. So Marcelin, you could see obviously the coach from up here. We could see that he's a little bit perturbed. He's a bit, I guess, confused as Lowenfield is really sinking into him at the moment.
Yeah, good batting, putting the pressure back on Marcelin, and instead of even though you bowl wide, it's a ball that he has to bowl over.
Oh my, and that is pumped forward of square through the mid-wicket region, and that's 4 more runs. So Lowenfield is in a no-nonsense mood here, and really putting it to All Saints and the Marcelin. A good counter-attack here, coach, after losing 2 quick wickets. Good counter-attack there.
But my point is, very good counter-attack, but my point is, even though he was under the pump, even though he bowls the ball and hit for 4, it's a 4. But you gave him a wide, that's an extra ball. You know, so get the over. So
and then look what happened at the extra ball.
Yeah.
Another 4. So after 3 overs, the score rattles up to 27 for 2. 27 for 2. So 12 runs. No, sorry, 27, 22 runs coming out of this over here as Lowenfield really got into Michael Marcelin head there. So, well, here is the wicket taker. This is Andrew Samuel. So he has a slip, a man at cover. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And this is another beautiful shot again now. This is Shedrack. That was a full delivery just about middle. And Shedrack just came down the line and hit through the line, and 4 beautiful runs down the ground. So it looks like if Shedrack is feeding off of the energies there of Lowenfield and really coming to the party there. But I'll caution the police team. They don't need to get too excited. They still need to play sensible cricket. It's a long way to go still. But here is Samuel into Shedrack. And this again is driven lovely down the ground, but it's straight to the man there in the mid-on position and no run. Coach, you know, I'm watching something here, and we sometimes question our players, even at the West Indies level, that they can't handle the short bowling, you know, in the varying leagues around. But when you look at the competition we play here, we don't have any bowler that can push back any batsman. Really,
No,
you
no, no. I was just telling Ed that there's no fast bowlers there. And he's just people running off.
Oh, this is driven powerfully. Does he still have his foot? A chance for a run out. And it's a close one. Is he out?
No, he's in. He's in.
So it looks like he's made it in. So good feeling there. Samuel may want to check his ankle there. That was driven powerfully back. Looked like he got a boot to it and slowed it down. And the man coming across from the mid-off position.
Now look at if Angel look at the length and the line in which he got the wicket of Valentine, could not be driven because there's an uncertain area. But now he's right in the slot. He's right this long half valley, and he's just amazing how we could do things right, and then just change from that because I want to do this way to hit the stump.
Well, Coach, and something that kind of flew over our head there. There was a left-hander on strike here. And normally, we'd say, oh, the bowler's going over the wicket, around the wicket. But Andrea took to over the wicket, and he got his success to the left-hander from that position.
But he stood over the wicket and got Valentine. Marcelin stayed around the wicket to the lower field and was punished. Yes.
Well, let's see. So Lowenfield, let's see if Lowenfield is going to continue with his cavalier approach, as it's Samuel to Lowenfield, and you could see Lowenfield is obviously in an aggressive mode. He wants to score. There seems to be a lot of chatter out there, and so everyone wants to be on top of their game out there.
What you find with that now, John, the ball is going away from him from the angle, but Marcelin length would be staying with him. So you go, because if the wicket is easy to bat on, so it's not because there's no sideway movement, so it won't be that effective around the wicket versus over the wicket.
And this is driven. Did you find a gap? Oh, good piece
Brilliant
of
feeling by
that's who?
Malik.
Michael Marcelin. And we know we have our scorer here who keeps reminding us it's Michael and not Malik. So Lowenfield is caressing that into the extra cover region, and good fielding there by Michael Marcelin. So Shadrach now comes back on strike. And another thing these two batsmen don't have to lose sight of, there's a left and right in the combination. And so if they can continue with getting the boundaries, but getting the singles in between, it will also offset the rhythm of the bowler.
See the length? The length is different.
So the end of over number 4. 36? 33 for 2. So remember, Police in pursuit of 155. They are 33 for 2. And let me just quickly remind you, you're watching live.
And it's 4 overs.
Yeah.
So Viv Richards, American Airlines Thursday League competition, and we're here at the Police ground. Earlier we had the veteran Ed Lewis with Coach Abdel Hughes. And so we're bringing you live coverage here between the men from All Saints and the Police team here. Police, they are carrying an unbeaten record for the 2022 season thus far. And so they're going to want to maintain that. But the All Saints men, they definitely will have something different in mind. Well, Coach, looks like we're going to have a new bowler from the Factory Road end.
Yeah, that's Dimitri. Dimitri, who will be bowling? That's Melvin. Oh. Okay.
But these two should know each other too. They played a little bit for Empire at some point in time together, I would believe.
That's right.
So let's see now. He has a man on the long on position and a man on the square leg position. This one is. I think Lowenfield has to control his emotion. He has to realize there's a lot more time to go in this game. He has to play a long innings. It doesn't matter all those beautiful shots you just played there a while ago. If you go on out now, all that really goes to waste. And so you have to understand the task is much bigger than hitting in one or two boundaries.
Melvin is not a big turner of the ball, but he's very clever. He could bowl a quicker one than in the same action he bowl a flat floated one that you're not looking for, and then he'll chip you up. But lower field has batted to that ball so far, and bowl again.
Well bowl.
So this is testing cricket here. Bowl again. The over before he was really having a field day against the bowler Malik and Michael
Maslin.
No. And then now facing up to for a bowl again and 5 dot balls. And let's see if Melvin could keep the pressure on and bowl this 6 dot ball.
You see what you need now, coach? What this batsman, what Shedrak should be doing. Shedrak should be calling.
That's right.
Calling low in field and to try to disrupt the rhythm of but he's able to get a single off of the final delivery there. So a very good over by Melvin Charles there, really coming in and keep it tight there. So at the end of over number 6, the score goes up to 34. 34 for 2.
Over 6 or number 5? 5. Ed and I were talking about that very same thing. We don't see that in the cricket now, where a batsman will come and tell a batsman, coming across enough, play the with softer hands. We're just not seeing that. So you're just being left there to the wolves to fight yourself through that, And then we don't have batters that use our feet to the ball. And so Melvin will just be able to just throw it there and just create 5 that ball instead of lower field chip and just get a single, here or there. And so this type of cricket, we're just not seeing it from the first class players.
Well, Andrew Samuel, he's going to get another bite at another left-hander. He's staying over the wicket. The keeper is keeping up, and there's a slip. I would probably be tempted to give him an extra slip. I would give him a chance early in the over, see if we can get another wicket. Okay, the fieldsman is coming off of the third man boundary, so the 2 men outside the circle looks like a man on the long on and forward a square. And well bowled there, just angling across the batsman, and low in field just having a watch there at it. So Samuel's coming over the wicket and he aborts his run. So dead ball.
All season, John. All season is the first bowler I've seen, or we've seen, bowl over the wicket to a left-hander. No matter how young they are, they come and they start around the wicket to the left-handers. Until you are blaming the coaches, this is like a playbook. But it's what they see on telly, and it is why, I see this, do it on the TV, and I'm going to do it, But very well good bowling by Andrea. Is the length and the line to the lefty are very good.
Yeah, he seems to fancy bowling to the left-handers. Seems to really hit that length as he comes in again to low in field. This one is a bit straighter, and low in field having to play this time now. Just tap it down the ground. And I'm saying, coach, I'll be tempted to put an extra slip in place. I think low in field enthusiasm has been dampered a bit. I think he's now he's back into survival mode, whereas he was attacking earlier. This one is slapped, and it runs away. So just saying that he was in survival mode, and he just opened up those shoulders and cracked that between the extra cover and the mid-off man there, and it ran away for 4 runs. So good batting there by Lowenfield.
The line was still good, but the length was a bit shorter, and so he gave him enough chance to. And it's a good shot played also. You gotta give him credit.
So Lowenfield definitely looking to score any opportunity that is presented to him. He's going to cash in. Let's see how Samuel's come back. And again, Samuel misses his run. So he has a slip. Short third man. Point cover, extra cover. This one again is outside and we also he slaps it straight to the man there, transfer run out, but not collecting cleanly. I think that's a dangerous run, but in the end they were able to make it through. And so that one was just a little wide outside the off stump, so Lowenfield was able to freeze arm there, but he hit it straight to the man there in the extra cover region there. That looked like Michael Marcelin, and so but they were able to get one as he fumbled it a bit. So the right-handed Shedrack is in strike. Well, Coach, it just seems to be their style to have this third man way wide. I don't know on what ground, but seems to be that's the position they like. And here it is, pulling on. There's another 4. So a bit risky there. I don't think he was in total control of it, but successful anyway, getting into the gap just wide of the man there on the mid-on circle there, and 4 runs to end the over. So at the end of over number 6, 42?
43.
43 for 2.
So they have 20 overs to get 112 from 20 overs. They're still intact. Yeah, 100.
Yeah, but Coach Hughes, think about it. In a 20 over game, you expect to score more than 112.
Right. So they're well in line to winning this game. But so all things we have to pick up some wicket to put pressure back on the policemen. But so far we're having a good game. Just a reminder again, police hasn't lost a game for the season so far, and
they've had circumstances where they've lost a couple of early wickets too, and they have been able to. The middle order has been able to shepherd them through. So it's not a new experience for them. They have been through it in the season so far, and as I said, the benefit police has is that they have been getting assistance throughout the lineup. And you said Jones hasn't batted yet, and he's in some subliminal form also. But it's going to be, the battle continues between Charles and Lowenfield, and this one is just back of a length, and he's punching it to the man there in the extra cover area. So 2 men on the boundary, long on and forward of mid wicket, and this one he's going for a wild swing. His foot in no position, his feet in no position for the shot, and looked like a little turn away a while ago, and so he was beaten there. And he hits it straight to the man, and oh my goodness, that is terrible fielding there. That looks like, is that Hilroy Andrew out there? That is terrible fielding there by the young man there. The ball was hit straight to him. He went down, and the ball found some passage to go through him. And so 4 runs there to the All Saints team, to the police team, and to Lowenfield's tally. So it's going to be Melvin as he's twirled, some field adjustment being made, man being sent wide in the long on position. Coach, it looks like he's getting a little purchase off of the wicket there. Yeah, it looks like he's getting a little purchase.
he is. I didn't say he didn't turn the ball. I say he's not a big turner.
Yeah. Well, he kind of reminds. To me, he's a diminutive figure of Jimbo. I mean, Jimbo doesn't turn the ball big either. He just gets some nice bonks and vary his length. I mean, obviously Melvin would not get that kind of bonks, but it's Melvin now into Shedrack, and a half-hearted appeal, but that looks like it was clearly going down the leg side, and so the bowler wasn't really interested. More the slip cordon.
Seeing the veteran Chisphilip around the boundary line watching the cricket. No doubt to saying that.
This one is driven straight to the man in the mid-off position, and so the end of another good over beside the bad fielding there by the man there on the mid-off position. And so at the end of 7 overs, Police chasing 155 for victory. They are 48 for 2. The batsman to go so far, Malik Gerald, he made nothing,
And
David
low field.
Valentine, he made 4. How much Valentine made, sorry?
Valentine. Valentine, none? Nothing.
Okay, sorry. So both Gerald and Valentine did not trouble the scorer. Well, it looks like there's going to be a change of bowler from the pavilion end. Looks like Dimitri Lucas. So Andrea bowled
3.
3 overs.
Yeah.
Got 2 wickets in his first over. So Dimitri now, and he gets another. That was a half chance there. Ball pitched and turned, and Lowenfield put his bat onto it, and it fell just short of the man there. Is that Joel Andrew there?
Yes.
Just short of Joel Andrew. He initially thought he was going to make a catch of it, but the ball just kept dying on him, and so a single here. So again, I saw a good little turn there for Dimitri.
Bowl him.
He's bowled him. There was Shadrach using the feet, as you would say, Coach Hughes, but not getting fully to the pitch, and the ball looked like it just went through the bat and the pad there, and he was bowled. So a big wicket for Dimitri there, and so not a wicket that Police would have wanted to lose at this point in time, but he goes, and so 49 for 3.
The difference between that using your feet there, John, you were looking to go big. He was looking to go big, whereas he could have used his feet and stay with it and get a single and still batting. So I guess he thinks that the pressure he has to score and score big. The partnership is very good, left and right. He just got a single. Uses uses your foot, your feet, and you push it between the gap. You get a single, still batting.
And also, Lowenfield has been scoring pretty freely. Yes, since the advent of Melvin Charles, his scoring rate has dropped a bit. But when the bad ball is there, he's putting them away. So
right.
There's no real pressure at this moment in terms of the scoring rate. What you want to do is to stay there, keep demoralizing the All Saints team, not giving them any wicket, and your batting will come even easier and easier. And that would even help Lowenfield even better in the longer version here.
But he himself, Shadrach, wasn't struggling for scoring because the score was 49 as he left. And we're in the 7th over. So there was no need for going big. He could use his feet and still get the ball to the gap, get a single or 2, and stay batting.
But so far, I must say, I'm liking what I see from Dimitri. He seems to be getting some turn on the ball. He seems to getting a little bounce there. And the new batsman there is Jaron Jones.
Siobhan
Moore. Wow. So, well, Police really.
I'm understanding that Moore is struggling with the hamstring.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Wow, that was a turn there, and he just happened to get the bat there onto it and turn it into the offside of the aerial. But really,
what's the problem with Jones? Is it Mark?
Dimitri, the bowler here is getting some turn, coach. That was a bit short. I think that's what saved the batsman there. If that was a little fuller, he would have been all spot of bother. But a single to Siobhan Moore here. Score goal, that's a 50 on the board.
Yes, 50
for 3. So again, we go back to the tech, and that's a big turn here, coach. So definitely the young man here is extracting some turn, and he got some bunks there a while ago.
Yeah, but he's not giving the ball enough enough purchase. He's pulling on the ball. Even though it's turned wide, that's why it's called wide.
Flies it in,
No.
and this one is well played here by Lowenfield.
That's a give.
Yeah, that was a gift. A full toss. He tried to flight that one and went a little bit full. Not a little bit, went full. And Lowenfield said thank you, and he just helped it over the man at a short mid-off position and 4 more. So 54 for 3. So again, this magnifies the need why Shedrack had need to stay there and play a more sensible innings, stay along with Lowenfield, and Martin definitely would have been.
This is
easier.
the 8th over. Hmm?
Some comments coming in from the outside saying, let's go, All Saints. So Dimitri, he's coming into he's changed. When he was the first delivery, he went around the wicket. Now he's going back over the wicket to Lowenfield. This one is a bit back of the length, and he's punching it into the gap, and he gets through the gap. 4 more. So there is it, just a little bit short of a length outside the off. Some width was an offer, and Lowenfield punctured it, and 4 more runs onto the offside there.
That again was a gift by not taking anything away from Lowerfield shot, but it was a gift by Dimitri. The wicket is turning, and you're pulling down the ball. So you're giving free way for the lefty because going across him. You need to bowl him where he got to move his feet and plate the ball. Then you can likely pick an edge. But when you give him enough chance to play shots like that, he will capitalize. The outfield is fast.
Well, I think he just probably overcompensated the last time he tried to flight one and it went full. So he now decided to pull the length back a bit. So the end of over number 8, the score goes up to 59 for 3. Remember, they're chasing 155 for victory. So that tells me
18 more overs.
That tells me another 90. What was it? 55? 59. So another 96 runs needed.
From 18 overs.
From 18?
Yeah.
No, 8 overs gone. 21. What about it? 26?
Yeah, but time, yeah.
18 overs, yeah. 18 overs, so.
But our Saints had to pick up wicket because it's still the outfield is very fast and these two guys could score. So if you're not going to apply pressure by creating that ball, you got to pick up wickets.
So is that Samuel's change in end?
Yes.
Wow. Nice and full and driven down the ground by Siobhan Moore. And so a single. What do you make of that switch, coach?
I'm wondering if they're struggling with bowlers. Because they probably will need Andrea in the latter part of the innings than to be bowled out. Looking around, you got Hilroy still there, could bowl.
I think Joel thinks he can bowl a few.
Yeah, so they're a bit short in
They're a bit short, yeah.
in the quality bowling.
Would you bring back Maslin with Lowenfield still at the wicket, or you try to get Lowenfield out before Maslin comes back?
Well, probably try to get him out
This
before.
one is hit straight like an arrow down the ground. So it's obvious that Lowenfield does take a liking to the quicker bowlers, especially when they're full. And so he hit that straight as an arrow down the ground. 1 bounce into the boundary rope for 4 runs. So he now comes over the wicket to Lowenfield. This one, he just pulls the length back a bit, tucking up Lowenfield, getting hit in a very uncomfortable position. It looks like there, he's grimacing from out here. You can see him grimacing from the hit.
You gotta give Lowfield credit when the ball is really in the slot. He capitalized on those long hard volleys. But whenever Andrew bowled at length, he really stifles the batters. So
I'm just a little bit baffled as to why he would change ends. I don't know if it's to accommodate Dimitri. I don't know. Because I think he was bowling well to the left-handers from this end. But let's see as he comes into more. And that one is keeping a bit low. And more pulling away and trying to cut it. Misses. So let's see if we can give you a field placement here. There's a man on the third man boundary. Cover boundary. Extra cover, long on, long off, mid wicket, and a man on the square leg boundary, and one just wide third man, wide fine leg. So definitely All Saints is on the defensive. At one time they had two slips, a slip, but now they're definitely on the defensive, and they have spread the field trying to protect the boundaries. So the end of 9 overs, with 9 overs completed, the score after 9 overs, 66 for 3. So a further 89 runs needed.
The response from police is very good. They've been positive, and it's good. It goes well for cricket.
I think, Coach, that second over, that the third over there with Marcelin, I think Lowenfield really, that counter-attack that Lowenfield did, I think it kind of shook the All Saints men. They didn't expect that. This one, so another switch of ends here. So Melvin now comes from the pavilion end. So they're mixing it up. I don't know if it's by design or by by nature. But so Melvin and Andrew switches in. Melvin was bowling well from the factory road end, and he comes not understanding. But let's see what plays out here. This one is quicker and full, and Lowenfield is equal to the task.
I believe the Michi and Angie came in from that end to give the Michi down there, while Melvin come to the end where the Michi was bowling.
Melvin seems to really have the better of Lowenfield. He's keeping him really quiet. And they do have a slip in place. I think that's a good ploy. Woo! That was a marginally close. And I guess you would say good leave. That was an excellent leave by the batsman there. But that was really to vanish.
Now that didn't turn, which he expected to turn. Why he leave it alone? But it went on with the arm, and happy luck, he was still batting.
You would have been so disappointed with Timber. This one is quicker. Here is Lowenfield just punching it into the offside. Thinking about a single, but Siobhan Moore had no interest in any single there, so he had to quickly abort that thinking. So the slip is now gone, which I still don't understand. I would still like to see a slip. But the slipper is now gone. As it's about 2 steps, and that was quicker, and he's just coming down quickly with his bat here. Just not a good position, clearing his leg, clearing everything, leaving the stumps wide exposed, and that ball was destined to the stump, but he got his bat down quickly, and so he avoided any damage there. So another good over by Melvin Charles. At the end of over number 10, the score is 67 for 3.
Yeah, Melvin is in a good spell here, especially against Lowerfield. And the length is good, the line is good. He's bowling wicket to wicket. Unlike Demichi, Andrew is going to continue, but unlike Demichi, who was pulling down the ball and getting the turn away from him, so he could have well bowled by Andrea. Again, the length. Whenever he bowls that length, you know.
I was just going to comment on that, Coach. Once he hits that hard length there,
Yeah.
it just appears very difficult for the batsman to be able to score, whether right or left-handed.
Yes. Oh.
Well bowled there. Perfect length, perfect line there. Moore was in no man's land. backward, wasn't forward, and he was beaten outside of the off stump there. So good little spell here for All Saints. They're keeping it tight. Again, wicket to wicket. And so All Saints is trying to crawl back into this game. They took that wicket, but then a couple of runs leaked out. So it's a real battle outside there. Mind games are being played also.
Oh, well, ball again by Andrew Samuel. The length is good, the line is good, and he's not there to drive. And so Moyes, I still give him credit because he's not forcing the issue. Still there. And
Moyes is a seasoned campaigner. He should be experienced enough to understand these situations and know that he still has. Oh, he's there wishing outside of the off stump. And luckily for him, not getting any connection there. So a real tidy spell here by Samuel. I'm gonna say they're gonna rue it if that ball goes to a slip and there's no slip in place.
very well ball
Excellent
again.
over here by Samuel here, really hitting that hard length there, coach. And so after 11 overs, 67 for 3. So a maiden over there by Samuel. So really doing the job that his coach his captain and coach would ask of him.
So the Police is 88 runs from 90 balls, John. So we have a game on our hand. I still saying those last 2 overs from Melvin and Samuel are 2 crucial overs because they didn't. This is a maiden from Samuel, and there was 1 scored from Melvin over, and so the runs are being dried up somewhat, and so if they tend to force the issue on a wicket can come is what Arsens need.
Oh, almost played it back to the bowler. That ball was a bit shortish. He got tall. I think maybe the ball stuck in the pitch a little bit, and he almost hit it back to Melvin there. Lucky escape.
Huh.
Here comes, and well bowled, well played.
We have a game on our hand here. It's a real battle.
Yeah, real battle. This is cricket. This is what you call cricket. Let's see now. This one just a bit short, and you could see that Lowenfield is disgusted with himself by not taking advantage of that, and now the skipper changes the field, takes a slip out. I don't like this move, but he's protecting the runs, I guess. I think you need the wicket. And this one now pitches and turning wide. I think he was trying to bowl a quicker one there. Probably stuck in his hand. Oh, there's a loud appeal. And he's given it. He's given it. He has given it. So the pressure has finally worked. The pressure has finally worked. That was a quicker one. And with a little bounce there. And he had a wish at it outside the off stump. And he edged it. And the keeper took it. And so another wicket goes. So, coach, the pressure paid off.
Very, very good spell of bowling here. His over before this was 1 run been had from the over. Then Samuel came in and bowled a maiden, and then he came in and continued the pressure, even just that wide, and then pick up that crucial wicket. Because this is a passage of play in the game that now the captain is going out. We'll see how he handles this pressure, because this is real pressure time between here. A real spell we're seeing here between Samuel and Melvin.
And coach, this was a real good passage of cricket here. I mean, yes, we like to see the ball flying over the boundary rope and along the ground, but the bowlers were really on target. The batsmen played with some discipline also. They were fighting it out mentally, but at the end, Melvin Charles was able to come on top and really deceive Lowenfield there and getting a big scalp there of Lowenfield. We'll get Lowenfield's total for you shortly. So we're just told that Lowenfield was one short of his half century. He made 49. So he would be very disappointed with that. He would have wanted to get a 50 and plus more. But that has not been the case. And so, coach, again, we got to give the skipper credit out there. He switched around his bowlers, and he got the desired results.
Yes. It's a Melvin. And yes, while I thought was the switching around was for Demichi and Melvin, they stuck with they stayed with Samuel and Melvin, and they get the result, which is very good. What we're looking forward to see, which is happening in the Parish League teams, you won't have this consistent length of bowling to the policemen. So now, this is a pressure point where you will see what they will do.
Well, we can see there's a slip in place. The new batsman is the skipper, Derek Maryland. A slip, a cover. This one is outside the off, so I'm turning back in a bit, but it was well wide, so didn't really trouble the batsman. And so another successful over comes to an end. And so after over number 11, 12, the score is
68 for 4.
68 for 4. So
they want how much overs, how much balls, how much runs?
So good going. I think we can say that All Saints has their nose ahead in terms of the wicket column. Police, they would have wanted Lowenfield to still be there. With Lowenfield there, they would have think their chances would have been real high. But as I said, they've been getting performance. Maryland has been scoring pretty regularly. He doesn't bat high, but when he comes in, he's normally not batting, not out. And he has been getting some 20s and 30s. I think he scored a 50. He scored 100 for the season already, right? Yeah, he actually had a century already. So he's in some good form. And we all know Chauvin Moore is no slouch with the bat at times. And this one is a nice and full again by Andra.
Say they want 87 from 83, 84? From 83 go 83.
So Samuels coming over the wicket to Chauvin Moore. And this one is on the pad and he turns it down to the leg side. But I don't think they'll be able to get two. Derek is not the quickest. Back to Derek N. And he's lucky he is able to get back in. I think that good running anyway in the end. But Moore will have to understand that Maryland will not be the quicker between the wickets, and so they'll have to really measure when the twos and even the threes are possible. This one again is wide outside the off stump and Moore trying to cut it but not getting any bat onto it and through to the keeper. We also have to give the keeper a little credit to Coach Hughes. He after Lowenfield had that explosive over there, he decided to keep up to try and keep the foot movements of the batsmen a little bit more in line. And he has done a decent job so far behind the stump. That looks like Michael Dover.
Yes.
So Maryland in strike now, and so he has a similar feel, a man on the cover boundary, extra cover up. And that one is nice and full, and Maryland is right over it. He's trapping it onto his bat.
This is the last over then.
Can't bowl anymore. Maybe bowl one too much.
That's what I'm saying.
But anyway, it's Samuels into nice and full again. And coach, you know, one thing you got to give Samuels for, you know, in this latter part bowling from the Factory Road end, he has bowled more wicket to wicket from that end. Whereas on this end, he was slanting it across, but that he has been bowling wicket to wicket and giving himself every opportunity to take a wicket.
Yeah, and when lower field were batting, those same half volley was hit away. But he realizes he's a new batter and he could take that chance. You know, so he's really he really bowling a good spell here today.
Well, after those 6 overs now, he has to take a break. The wind is low, so he's going to come off the field and he's going to be replaced by a substitute
Let's
fielder
hope
there.
let's hope that second spell that he bowled out doesn't really come to heart, All Saints, because he probably may need him in the back end
Yeah. Well, looks like Dimitri is back
from the same end.
from the same end.
Ah,
And this one getting a nice turn in, and it was punched hard into the man there in the cover region, but he just looked like Joel Anjo, very good fielder is Joel.
well, look again, he's jogging down the ball. He's not really giving the ball enough air to turn. Now, whenever he does that, it's a full body ball.
Right. More slaps that hard, and Lucas getting a hand to that ball, slowing it down a bit. So there's a slip in place. Cover, man on the cover point boundary. And here is Maryland going across. And he bowled him. Wow, we're sorry about that. I was blindsided by Maryland. Didn't see really. I just saw the bowler putting up his hand, waving away. There was Maryland ball pitching just about out, on about the off stump and going for a wild slug across the line and being comprehensively bowled. And so,
But John, look at the wicket that Dimitri got. Because the wicket is turning, and you could induce that type of shot, you're likely to hit the wicket. But when it's short, there's no chance to hit the wicket. You get all the time to hit it away. And so the captain goes trying that slug sweep, and police.
but I'm a bit surprised at the shot selection at the stage of his innings. Knowing the position your team is in,
Right.
I don't too follow the shot selection. You just came into the wicket. Your team is in a little spot of bother. I think you'd want to be pushing around and getting the singles. If it's there for the shot, then you play the shot. So it's a bit strange, but maybe the big stage got to the head of the skipper.
And that's what happens, John. Give police credit for the championships they won, but the quality is not there to push them. And here is it, we find a team now, because these are runs that they eat up easily in the competition that they won, but now they're struggling to do that today.
But as you said, though, coach, we could have counted about at least a 20-ball radius where they only had about one or two bad deliveries.
Right.
And in the Parish League, you
Right.
won't really come across that much. And so, but I still believe, even with that, I found the shot selection there of the skipper really begs a lot to be.
Totally agree with
to be
you.
asked,
Totally agree with you, because cricket's remain cricket. Get the single, get the blood pumping, and then you can do what you do. But when your foot is still not moving, the blood not pumping, and you just see a ball in the air, and you want to go cover corner so early in innings, so that where really tells the tales as to how you can handle that sort of pressure when it's really bear down on you.
Well, the new batsman is James Cornelius. So Dimitri immediately comes around the wicket to the left-hander, and this one is quicker and straight onto the stump, and Cornelius lounging forward, get bad onto it, and he's going to talk. There's going to be a lot of chatter when he's out there. He doesn't back down. He always has something to say. And this one is full, but not taken advantage of. And the keeper also for All Saints, he chats a lot too.
Yeah,
So there's going to be a lot of chit-chatter here at that end. But it's Dimitri, and there is Cornelius showing the full face of the bat there. And so a successful over comes to an end. And so after 12 overs, 72 for 3, for 4?
For 5.
For 5. 72 for 5. Wow, the wickets are falling fast and quick in a hurry. 72 for 5. So, coach, an uphill task here for the police team.
Very, very much so. And finally, we're seeing the exposure of the tail of the police team, which has never been exposed outside of that first game at Willie Keys, which we weren't there, but I wasn't there really. But then, from then, there was never that exposure of the team to any bowling. It's from 1 to 5, 6 the most, and they're really being put under some pressure because of the consistency of deliveries in the right area, which bring down some pressure to bear on the policemen.
So there's a new bowler coming from the factory road end. Who's that?
His name? Oh, that's him. That's the guy that bat with Andrew.
What's the name?
Justin Robinson. Look, there's a run out.
Chance for a run out. And not a good throw. There was Siobhan Moore hitting that ball straight to the man in the extra cover region. And there was James Cornelius hurdling down for a non-existent single and had to turn around. And lucky for him, the throw wasn't on target. And he was able to scamper back in. So it's Robinson, I was told.
Yes.
Robinson,
Jason
left armor to the right-handed Siobhan Moore. And he clips that one down the ground and now gets a single. And now Cornelius is slower, but Cornelius takes advantage. He's running, chance for a run out of the striker's end. And a good recognition there by Cornelius, but a strong throw.
And that's Andrew? That's
Hilroy?
Yeah, no, that's Andrew, the
Which
younger
one?
brother.
That's wow, that was a strong throw there. Almost putting Siobhan Moore under a little pressure to get back in the wicket. And getting a little turn again. And so, well, coach, in all honesty, the spinners for the All Saints team, they are getting some purchase off of this wicket.
Yes.
They're just probably not putting it on the
right
right
area,
but they are getting some turn. This one again is up, and he's going back and slapping it into the cover region.
Yes. Well, Lashon and Cornelius will be put on some pressure today. All the talk they have is time to put their talk to the grind, Mark. Yeah.
So we have Robinson bowling nice, tidy line and length there, just on and about the off stump, just keeping the batsman playing, and they can't score. Also a very packed offside field, and so over comes to an end. So good over there by Robinson. 13 overs in the bag, and the score in pursuit of 155 for victory. 15 overs in the bag in 75 for 5. So another 80 overs.
74 for 5.
74 for 5. Another.
How much more runs and balls?
Another 11 overs. So we have 66 balls and about 81 runs. So it's getting a bit tighter for the policemen. At one time they needed 88 from 90 balls, and it's now a little pressurized situation for them. So they're going to have to dig deep, build a partnership, get the singles. Just bat a couple of overs. Well, you could see All Saints getting back their confidence. The fieldsman getting a little bit tight on the outside. Here's Cornelius, and he's punching that to a short mid-off position there. So obviously they're not afraid of Cornelius going over the top. They're coming in tight on him, not giving away the single, and he's half coming forward, not really fully coming forward, and stifle appeal from behind.
Cornelius is not going to go after the ball. If he puts a man around the bat, put some pressure on him, okay, all you want is wicket. And over can change the complex of the game again. So if you get another wicket, put some pressure back on police. Even though they get a big over, they already done the damage. But still, we just don't see this aggressiveness when it really matters.
I think that's what happened when he tries as a wide. When he tries to bowl the quicker one, I think for some reason he's really pulling down his arm, and ball is just pitching. He's still getting the turn, but it's really no bother to the batsman as it's short and wide, really. Oh, there's he's bowled him. He's bowled him. There was Cornelius prodding forward, and the ball hitting the picture perfect, the top of the off stump, and he was completely bowled. And so another wicket goes for police. So the lawmen, they are falling aside with regularity here. And so All Saints really now on top of this one, coach. And just a quick update. Pickett's made 169 all out. Newfield, they're 135 for 4 in 23 overs. So looks like a good game also at the Pickett's ground there, coach. Newfield Newfield need another further 35 runs actually to secure victory. I'm not certain how many overs Pickett's batted. 4 more overs. So wow, very interested. So another even contest right there in the Pickett's community there.
For
Pickett's 169.
okay.
135 for 4 more overs.
It's 27 overs they batted.
So as the sun is making its way down to the west, so it seems like the sun is setting on the police innings here, and Siobhan Moore is still there, so he might want to start to think of doing some lusty hitting, see if he could put back a little pressure, maybe play a little counter-attacking role here.
We see Johnny see some banter in Hillroy, Andrew in front of Moore. Let him know they can't win. When Boston came out, tell him to sit because they both the 3 play for the Winthrops.
Yes,
So
yes. Once it's healthy bantering here, it's all good, man.
Yes, and that's what Thursday League does. Bring all the big guys them.
Right.
To bear.
So it's going to be Dimitri, and he's coming into the new batsman is Boston. So Boston just pulling away. I would love to see another slip. I'm just a man, just love to see pressure. But it's Dimitri into Boston, and Boston
is just like Nickel Cornelius. They're not going to hit the ball.
Okay,
so if you crowd them, put some pressure on them.
There's a man on the mid wicket boundary. I'm not following that. But anyway, here comes Lucas, and this one is driving off of an inside edge, going behind the keeper. So everything going in favor of the All Saints team, and so we've completed 16 overs completed. 16 overs completed, end of 16 in pursuit of 155. The lawmen are 75 for 6. So that's a maiden. That was a maiden. 75. Oh yeah, it was 74. 75 for 6. So, coach, another 80 runs needed. And we have 10 more overs left. So 60 balls, 80 runs. It's going to be Robinson again, left arm. Orthodox into Moore. And as that long handle comes out, does it have the leg? It's high. The fieldsman is on the and a comfortable catch there. That looks like Joel Andrew out there, taking a comfortable catch. Initially I thought he got the distance, but this ground is not a small ground by any stretch of the imagination. And so it was a comfortable catch there, and I guess the pressure just really flew back on Moore with all these wickets going down. With all the wickets falling, Moore would have felt, hey, I'm going to have to try and do some counter-attacking here, but it didn't work out. And so police, they are now sniffing at their first defeat for the season, and so they would know now, coach, that they're in big man territory now.
Yeah, so they can't wait until Saturday comes to whoever it is to take revenge of
But I want to give the police team credit, though. You know, every afternoon, you pass here, they're in the nets training. And, they're probably one of the few teams that really train consistently every day. And they reap the results in the competitions. Today, they've just met a very determined, I think, they had their game plan. We questioned it. They changed the bowlers around. We questioned it, not understanding what was happening, but they got the results, and so you could say that the plan worked to perfection. Lowenfield was the key in all of this, and when Lowenfield was there, they were really on the defense. But as soon as the wicket of Lowenfield went down, credit to was Melvin who took Lowenfield, right? Yeah, Melvin. From the time Melvin came on, he really had Lowenfield on the wraps.
Yes. Very, very good spell bowled by Melvin. And you have to give Samuel also some credit, because both of them keep the pressure on from both ends and really create that wicket taking opportunity.
That's what you call bowling in tandem, partnership.
That's right.
Sometimes we think partnership is only in the batting.
That's right.
But,
That's
you know,
right.
These two demonstrated that you could also have partnership in the bowling. Well, the new batsman out there is Neville Nichols. I'm trying to remember the show he has. He has a little police show that he does, and so he's going to have to do more than a show out there now. He's going to have to perform, as this is going to take more than camera action and lights. This is going to take some serious batting. But it's Robinson to Nichols, and Nichols is going for a wild swing outside the off, some nowhere near to the delivery, and just lifting his head and swinging his bat and missing it completely. And that's a loud appeal for LBW, and the umpire has said not out. Probably going down leg, coach.
Probably played.
Okay, probably had a little inside edge. Okay,
Because his feet was
it looked
all
adjacent.
yeah,
It looked real adjacent
close
from
together.
here. Let's see now. So there are two slips in place now. Full toss, and he's helped it along the way, and didn't get all of it. Got a top edge, and here comes the lady on the field getting her first opportunity, and she throw it in. Give her a chance to throw it in, and so that is 3 runs there. That was a full toss, and Nichols was trying to paddle it. He got a top edge, and he flew over the fieldsman there in a wide fine leg position, and they were able to come back for 3 runs. So Nichols have 3 runs more than Gerard and Valentine.
So this could be the most runs Nichols has scored since the 29. The first one, first game of the first competition. But he could make amends of himself today. The time is there in terms of they mightn't win, but he could have the last say. I get him some runs.
Well, I still think it's important. You know, the game is not finished. The 2 batters out there, they still have to look at the game. Obviously, the chances of winning are slim. So what you need to do now is just bat within yourself. Just stay out there. You know, build your confidence. You know, keep the All Saints men in the field a little longer, and that can help you going forward for next week and the following days along the way.
But then bear in mind, it's a competition they're playing. You know, so your record could come to be at the end of the tournament. You could have the best record if you average if you stay there and look at your own average. Dimitri into Nichols, full long half volley, but he defends it. Dimitri into Nichols, slips waiting. This one is a hit into the corner region, and he will get 4.
So that's Nichols.
Yes.
Nichols has come to the party. And he's going to be throwing his bat. So he gets 4 runs there. So the score goes up to
82.
82 for 7. As Lucas is into, and he's going for another big swing, getting an inside edge behind the keeper, and he's running hard, coming for 2, and a good run in there by Nichols. That's one thing he brings to the game, bring that quick feet in the center of the wicket there, and getting 2 runs there.
2.
So there's a slip in place for Nichols. There's look like another man is coming into look like they're gonna have a leg slip. So
Now this looks good, and then you're creating some doubt in the batsman's mind if he does this. I think.
Coach, do you think it's good time also to bring back in that's That's
right,
turned
bowling.
nicely there by Nichols, and Nichols is getting some runs, and that runs into the fine leg boundary now for 4 more runs. So not good bowling here by Dimitri. Hasn't been consistent with his length and line today, and a real good shot. A big turn, he got him some turn there, but Nichols got inside of it and turned it down to the fine leg region for 4. Coach, I was asking you, would this be a good time to bring back Michael Marcelin to sort of
Bill is
build his
confident.
confidence,
Yeah,
give
of
him an
course.
opportunity,
Yes.
maybe he might get a wicket here
Right.
and build his opportunity there.
Right. Because I mean, even though Marcelin is getting, Dimitri is getting turned, I don't think he really exploiting what's there for him in terms of length and line. See again down the leg side because it's turned. He needs to bowl more fuller.
This one is turned, but I don't think this one has the legs to make it to the boundary. And the lady is running after it. And they're going to go now. Let's see what happens here. The throw is not on time, and they run 4 runs. Wow. So 4 runs they run. And so policemen, the lawmen are fit. They're showing you we are fit men. And they're running hard there. So 4 run there. So definitely Dimitri is getting quite a lot of turn. I think he's bowling a bit too short though, coach. So he's not giving you got to get the batsman pushing forward, and that turn now can deceive him here. But let's see now. Still the leg slip. Someone had a wide, short, fine leg.
That's
And
better.
oh, it's edged it and it's dropped. So finally now getting it outside the outside and a chance for a run out, but Nichols is quick between the wicket. But there was an edge, and that looks like Melvin Charles in the slip, putting it down. Not an easy one, but one that he should have taken.
Yes. He probably was up too high in the first place. He wasn't ready for the catch. But then Dimitri really not bowling the right length. How he got the wicket of Maryland, it was full, and he does that slug sweep which gets bowled. It was full enough for that. But these balls, the ball is getting the purchase. It's too short. It's going on the leg side, so those are free hits. And so it's not really. And whenever he tries to get the ball up, it's full. So you need to work on that going forward.
So the end of over number 18, 93 for 7. 62 runs from 48 deliveries. So still in striking distance, but do they have the firepower?
They may have the running power.
Robinson into Nichols, and Nichols is chopping that one to the man in a cover position, and so there is no run. Whoa, that was some turn there.
That was pitch on leg stump, and Nicholson was turning it, and the ball passes off stump.
Yeah, that remind you of that Shane Warne deliveries to some extent, yeah?
Yes.
So Mike got
and it was full.
Yeah.
He's not short that you have to come back and cut.
He had no choice.
Right.
And that's the length that Dimitri should be bowling at.
Right.
Creating the doubt in the batsman here. He's trying to go for a cut again, but not really getting any timing on the delivery. Just bouncing out to the man there. A cover point here. Here comes Robinson, left arm. Again, it's short, and this time he got it a little bit backward, and so they're able to get the single. So it's going to be Robinson again, left arm over, this time to
Boston.
Boston, and Boston just tapping it to the man in the extra cover region. Good single here, and Nichols is calling Boston, but he must realize Boston was running for his life, so there's no way Boston could have really been looking for that second run. But another over is in the bag. Over number 19. And the 95 for 7. And so we want to recognize our scorers who are keeping us fully up to date with the ball-to-ball scores as we go along. So, ladies and gentlemen, remember, you're watching the Sir Vivian Richards Thursday League competition. And today we're here at the police ground overlooking the factory road as people are making their way from work into the city. And so a real nice sight here, Coach Hughes, and a good game of cricket today. Police won the toss and decided to ask All Saints to bat. All Saints, they mustered 154. Joel Andrew had a good half century there. And so far, Police, they're not gotten on track with the required run rate. But they had a little good innings there, played by Damien Lowenfield. And we also saw some good bowling by Andra and also Melvin Charles. And when All Saints batted, James Cornelius for the police team, he did an excellent job in the bowling department also.
Yeah. In crucial time, because the All Saints men were set and were moving along, but then he came and break their back. But here is, as you were saying, if here's time now where Mali could have gotten back in the bowling department and get back some confidence, because next week is another game.
And you're going to need him.
And you're going to need him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you want to build his confidence. And
right.
see, this is what I'm saying, Coach. What I find is a lot of our leaders on the field, they're not thinking.
Right.
They're not analyzing what's in front of them.
Right.
Yes, these bowlers may be bowling good. You've basically secured this
the game.
This game, and that little extra pace to these guys could ruffle them a bit. And if Marcelin could get 2 wickets on his belt, that could pump him up, get his confidence back.
Most definitely. And Blackburn is not the first go-to bowler. Marcelin will be that go-to bowler. So give him that confidence and get 2 wickets, 1 wicket, or even the rest overs that he bowls for very few runs can even build your confidence.
Because and the end of over number 20, so after 20 overs, 96 for 7. And Coach, what could happen too? I'm sure if you look at the bowling stats now, he would have probably bowled 1 or 2 overs, and it would look like he bowled 2 overs for, let's say, 30-something runs.
Right.
Now, if he could bowl another 2-3 overs,
right,
and for some minimal runs,
right,
then his average drops.
When
he
he
looks
down.
at his scorecard, he would say, "Oh, it wasn't too bad. It could have been a little better,"
Exactly,
So
exactly.
There's a lot of psychological advantages that
right,
could work by giving him this spell here to try and get these last couple of wickets. But the skipper and the All Saints team doesn't see it like that, as it's going to be Robinson continues with his left arm, and this one is Boston just having a whiff at it, no real foot movement, and through to the keeper, 2 slips. Short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and the ball is hit to the man at the mid wicket region. A man on the wide mid wicket boundary. Don't know why he's there, but let's give him some protection. And also there's a wide fine leg. One thing with the police team, they like when the fine leg and the third man, they like them to be wide. They don't want them straight at all.
The All Saints team?
All Saints, yeah, the All Saints team.
Yeah.
And here's Nichols trying to cut this one, but keeping a bit low. So the game is just meandering here. Nothing much happening. All Saints trying to get the last couple of wickets. And here is Nichols going for a big heave outside of the off stump and missing it. And the keeper trying to effect a stump in, but didn't have the ball in his hand. And so no damage done.
And he was doing it so rugged. I mean, he did get some keepers. All he sees is the bail that and the ground, but his bails went up. It's
So this one is Slabby. He finds a gap. Yes, he finds a gap, and a bad piece of fielding there by the man there coming across in the cover region there, and so they come back for 3 runs. Wow, that is excellent running. I thought that was 2 runs, but Nichols really pushes hard in the running, and so 3 runs to the scorecard there. And Coach, These are good runs now because
Yeah.
you never know if this could come down to a run rate issue.
Right.
And
Right.
so I think this is really good going for the police team.
Totally agree with you. That is why you're questioning the leadership out there for the policemen. Because Marcelin come back,
All
t-
six.
sorry, the All Saints men. Marcelin comes back, pick up a wicket, or just to bring some pressure back to bear on the policemen.
Look, Boston has gotten so confident, he has even taken off his helmet now.
Yeah.
You know, and so there are another 2 runs. So All Saints leaking some runs here, and they may want to rethink their strategy. But good batting by this pair, putting a little partnership on target, and so after over number 21, the score goes up to
102.
102 for 7. So the 100 comes up for the police team, 102 for 7. And what this is also doing for the police team, as the longer they bat, is still building their confidence. And now they're going to say, boy, maybe if I do this,
Right.
do this, we could have been in the game further. They won't feel it's a total
Right. Loss.
loss.
Even though there's a loss. Right. Right. Because in cricket you're gonna lose, but how you lose?
Exactly.
In sport in general. But I think the Aussies men are taking it for granted that it's all wrapped up, and then
There's a new bowler here coming from the pavilion end.
he bowled the first over.
Okay, Blackman. So Blackman is bowling to Neville. Neville is going for a big one. The man is out there. Can he come around and take the catch? He does. So Neville holds out to the man in the deep mid-wicket boundary. He was going for the big slug sweep, but only managed to get. He did well, but he found the man out there, and so he goes. So another nail goes into the coffin for the police team. 8 wicket down.
And I like the approach of Haleroy to the ball. Was really composed. He didn't fight himself to get there. Watch the ball all the way, and he gets there, take it nice and comfortable. It's a good sign. But it's not nice little cameo by Nicholas, and no doubt he's gonna.
Pickett's beat Newfield. Okay, so we just got word that Pickett's won the first game in the Thursday League, the Sir Vivian Richards Thursday League. So Pickett's, they have inched a win in. They have gotten a win in the winning column. And the All Saints is trying to join them. Do we have another game, Mark?
No.
Our game is cancelled. Okay. So, I'm sure Neville is going to be on his Facebook page.
Oh yes.
And there'll be some postings, some clippings of some of these wonderful shots he would have played along the way.
It was a nice little cameo, run well between the wicket. But I still blame the All Saints men. You got a team down, you keep them down, you don't give them that whiff.
So the new batsman going in there is LaShawn Barnard. That's AKA Bullets. All right, Mark, you were calling for Bullets. He's here now.
He's the savior.
The Bullet is there. So Bullet, Barnard, and Boston.
Well, it's like Jones went back today then. Jones' injury is so severe, so they just let it go.
For viewers are wondering about Jaron Jones, apparently he has a severe injury, a little cramp and some stomach issues, so doesn't look like he may take a bat today, and that's a real big loss for the police team coach. He would have scored quite a bit of runs so far for the season, and they would have looked forward to his contribution, and not have him go out there and bat. That's really a big, big loss, and it offsets your whole batting lineup. And there is Boston getting a single, turning that into the onside there. So that would have been a big loss.
Yes.
for the police team.
Yeah, and he's been batting good. The last 2 innings I saw him bat. Even the tempo, the aggressiveness, but not crossed by the shot. He was playing nice and straight, but aggressive. And it's a really big loss for the police team for him not to be in the lineup today.
Expansive drive there by Barnard there. Really had the high back lift and was coming down on it, but ended up with all air. There's a slip and a leg slip in place. And this one, shout of catch it, but didn't carry to the man in the leg slip position. And so 23 overs in the bag.
25? 20, 26 overs? Oh.
22 overs in the bag. 103? 103 for 8. 52 runs off 27 of 24 delivery.
54 delivery. 24 delivery. 54 but 24 delivery. Okay.
It is gettable in cricket. I don't know if it's gettable in this game. Well, when the scorer is not enthused about it, you know it's not possible.
Scorers. Scorers.
That side is police, this side is army.
Okay,
I
let's
know,
see
you
now.
know,
So
it's-
we have who's bowling here now? Same Robinson.
Yes.
So Robinson continues, and he's bowling to Boston. And Boston is just tapping that, and he's going for a quick single, and they are so lucky. That was a suicide run, but they decided to go, and I guess they say fortune favors the brave. We have a little update here. So Newfield, the Newfield versus Police at the Newfield versus Pickett at the Pickett's ground. Pickett's batted first. They made 169 all out. And Anthony Martin, he made 51. And in reply, Newfield, they made a valiant effort, 147 for 8 out of 26 overs. So congratulations to the Pickett's Crushers on winning their first game in the Sir Viv Richards Thursday League. A wide signal by umpire Candice Butler. And I'm going to tell you what the conversation...
Joseph into Barnard, defended the long half volley, and there's no run. As we're in the 23rd over, Police is in the middle. Technically, there's 9 wicket down because Jones, this one is tapped over the cover head. They're calling for 2 and they're coming back for the 2. Will they get in? There's a mess done behind over the stump by Joseph. Got the ball straight into his palm and dropped it. And Boston got in for 2 when it should be 1. So technically there's 9 wicket down because Jones only batting. May not be batting.
So this is technically the last pair.
Yes. Which I wouldn't advise him to go on back because
At
they have
this
a game.
stage,
At this
yeah,
stage,
yeah,
I have a
yeah.
game weekend, so he could recoup for a weekend game. Yeah, get
Yeah.
some rub up.
If they
And
if they were in with a chance of winning the game, well, you
Right.
could say he would try and brave it, but
Right.
the risk is not worth it at this stage. Well, you never know. These two can put on a quick cameo and bring it down. You never know. Cricket is a uncertain game, but it's Robinson to Boston, and Boston hits it down, and a lot of chit chatter whether it's a single, it's not a single, and in the end, common sense prevailed, and so the end of over number 23. The end of over number 23 here, and coach
the score is 108.
108. 108 for 8, so another 47 runs needed from 18 deliveries. Need a cup of Carlos Brathwaite. Remember the name.
After that, he has no name. So
What a career. But he still makes a good little living in the,
Yeah,
the leagues now. I guess
they
it's
will
the-
make livings.
yeah,
They will.
yeah.
You know.
He may not have, lived up to the expectation, but that has given him
Yes.
a lifestyle and a living.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
it may seem as simple and say, oh, he just play one innings and he done with, but
Because some franchises are hoping that could happen again for them.
Of course. Some franchises, they don't care now. If you just do that one time at the right time for
Yeah,
us,
yes.
that's worth the money. And you see also Darren Sammy was given
Oh, yeah.
award or citizenship.
Citizenship. Oh, wow.
Cricket to Pakistan, you know that.
Yeah.
I mean, not getting
That's
into
big.
the race thing, but it's quite a huge
Achievement. Yes.
accomplishment, you know. And so I big up Darren Sammy there. And this one is White out into the mid-wicket region. And a single. So ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we're just coming down to the tail end of this game. One more wicket effectively, as from what we understand, Jones will not be coming out to bat. This one is hit down to a wide third man position. This looks like it's going to be calling for Barnard to run. They say your name is Bullet, so you must move like a bullet, move fast. But not possible there. Who's that? That's Melvin back into the attack. So Melvin is back into the attack. Melvin Charles. That's hit out into the cover region. And so 2 more runs to the scorecard. So these last 2 batsmen taking their chances now. Melvin Charles is back trying to wrap up. And this one is played quietly to the leg side.
And only that, John, if they're not bowled out, that could be a moral victory for the police team from that position.
And also for the All Saints team now, they're putting another agenda item on their plate, because they now have to discuss now how do we close off teams. If they had closed them off, then that would not have been an agenda item.
That's right.
But no, they have added a little. They have put another item on the agenda for discussion.
That's right.
After the game and going into the
All
week.
right.
So the end of over number 24. 113 for 8. 113 for 8. So another 42 runs off of 12 deliveries. Mathematically still in the game. So it's going to be
Bowl him. No?
no, that was close. What's the name of that bowler? Sorry.
That's Black? No, that's Blackman again from the other end. Blackman.
So Blackman switching in. Well, one thing with the All Saints team, they're not afraid of switching these bowlers from end to end. And he's going for a biggies, and this looks like a sit. And the final wicket goes, a short delivery, going for the pull, and looked like he got more glove than bat onto it there, Coach Hughes. That is, who's out there? Boston? Barnard, Bullet, aka Bullet. And so, in the end, a comprehensive victory for the All Saints team, dismissing the police team for 113 runs.
Well, just as I said, that the need was to bowl them out, because they would have given the police a moral victory if they didn't bowl them out, even though they lost the game. But so the police, the All Saints men still need to look back into the decision making, because Marcelin, in my view, should have come back he could have wrapped up this in his long time, and redeem himself for the next game. But they won the game anyway, and so we have 2 wins, Pickett's and the All Saints, and so we've seen 2 good innings played by Joel Andrew, 54. And 49 by Lower Field. Unfortunately, he didn't get his 50. That was in some real a good spell of bowling between Samuel and Melvin when he got caught between that crossfire. But it was a well played innings. He took out Marcelin, and from that they hide him from their inning. But hey, give the All Saints team credit, because then we were wondering how the police would have responded based on how they respond for the whole season. But the police, the All Saints men were more consistent than the Parish League bowlers and hence they get themselves in situation where they never find themselves before with the consistency of bowlers.
Most definitely, and we also have to recognize James Cornelius, because I remember you asking me when All Saints looked in their batting like if they were going to push on to make a heavy score, and you said, how will police adjust to this? And James Cornelius came in and he was able to peg them back and take some crucial wickets along the way, putting 4 wickets, and so he has to be given some credit for putting his hand up and really helping to curtail the innings of All Saints.
Yes, because Joel really took the fight to the bowlers for the policemen, and at one time the head was bowed, and Nicholas Cornelius came in, and as usual he was exuberant, always taking the fight to the batters, and he got 4 wickets and really pegged back the All Saints from really getting what was looking on the card like a big score.
We're going to try and give you the scorecard quickly. So just get a little closer to the scorer here. Okay, scorer comes to me. All right, so let me just run through the scorecard quickly as we look to wrap up this commentary section. Damien Lowenfield, well, he got the 50 here, Coach Hughes. I see he was LBW bowled Melvin Charles for 50 from 44 balls. He had 11 fours. Malik Gerald, he was caught Michael Dover, bowled Andrew Samuel without scoring. Damon Valentine, he was caught by Dover, bowled Andrew Samuel without scoring. Chadwick Jr., he was bowled by Dimitri Lucas for 9. Siobhan Moore, he was caught Joel Andrew, bowled Jay Robinson for 10. Derek Morrilan, he was bowled by Dimitri Lucas without scoring. James Cornelius, bowled by Dimitri Lucas without scoring. Orndell Boston, not out on 11. Neville Nicholas, he was caught Hilroy Andrew, bowled Blackman for 22, and LaShawn Barnard, the last man out, called Dimitri Lucas, bowled Blackman for 4. Bowling for the All Saints team, Marcelin, 2 overs, 26 runs, no wicket. He really got destroyed by Lowenfield there. Andrew Samuel, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 26 runs, 2 wicket. Melvin Charles, 5 overs, 13 runs, 1 wicket. Dimitri Lucas, 4 overs, 28 runs, 3 wicket. And Justin Robinson, he had 5 overs, 18 runs, 1 wicket. And Akeem Blackman, 2.2 overs, 2 runs, 2 wicket. And so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The All Saints team winning comprehensively by 42 runs there. And so, Coach Hughes, as we look to wrap up this segment here, I think it's a good start for the Sir Vivian Richards Thursday League cricket. Again, as you said, it's going to bring, if you want to say, the best of the best within Antigua, playing among themselves. And this was a good test for the police, and so they now know they're going to have to dig deep to come back for the next round.
Right, because again, it show them that they're human, because they haven't lost the game and think they're cloud 9, but now they come back down to the ground in a different competition, not in the same Parish League I beat them, but it's stepping into that corridor, whereas if somebody's bigger than me, that they have to really think now, where do we go? How do we counteract this? Because we're going to find this going forward in this Thursday League competition.
Most definitely. And so, again, we want to say thanks to our scorers for really keeping us abreast as to the ball-to-ball activity. Our technician, our production team, Mark, Charles, and Auden. I want to say thanks to that. And to everyone who sent in their texts and their messages on our page. We do appreciate that. And we'll be back on Saturday at one of our venues, bringing you live coverage in the Sir Curtly Ambrose 35 over competition. And so we ask you to join us then, and we'll be back again next week Thursday with another round for the Sir Vivian Richards.
And if they're lucky, John, you may just see another appearance by
another appearance by Sir Mark. All right, I thought you were going to say, no, Abdi, you were going to up the ante, and maybe I might see an appearance by you. So, on behalf of all of us, ladies and gentlemen, we want to say thanks to our sponsors, ACB Caribbean, and to all of you, have a good evening, everyone. See you on Saturday.